My grandfather passed away about 8 months ago. It still feels a little surreal. I'd always been close to him. When I was little, I would visit him every year for summer break. My mum didn't have to find a daycare or a sitter while school was out, and I got to go swimming and fishing in the lake behind his house. Win-win. Each summer he would have new activities planned. Sometimes we would try new fishing techniques. Other years we would go hunting for deer in the rolling fields and wooded sections of his land. It was nearly 80 acres, which felt like an infinite amount of space to explore as a kid. One year we spent nearly 2 whole months building a treehouse overlooking the lake. It was a miracle neither of us fell out of the trees and broke something, or worse. All of my fondest memories happened out there with my grandpa. The last summer I spent with him, he had already started drafting up plans for the next year. We were going to build a deck stretching out onto the lake that you could go fishing right off the side of. Maybe he had finally gotten tired of repairing our rickety old rowboat we always took out. It would be the biggest project we had undertaken by far. It might even take a couple summers to get it done. I was so excited. My parents had to practically drag me back home. But the deck never got built. That winter, my grandpa started having some issues. He would call my mum in the middle of the night, ranting and raving about things that didn't make any sense. Most of the time, she could get him to calm down. One time, it got so bad, she had to drive all the way out to his house, nearly 2 hours, in the middle of the night, and stay with him for a few days. I could see that it was tough on her. Unfortunately, he only got worse over time. His neighbors found him wandering around in the woods, in his pajamas, more than once, unable to find his way back home. By the next spring, it was clear he couldn't live on his own anymore. Against his protests, my mum moved him into an assisted care facility only a few minutes away from us. I went with her to visit a couple times every week. For a while he was happy to see us. Then he was just confused. Eventually, he didn't respond much at all. Everything happened so fast. One day we were hanging out, fishing and listening to old Hank Williams songs. The next day he was nothing but a shell. He lived in that care facility for about 5 years. It was longer than the doctors had initially estimated. Near the end, I wasn't sure if that was a blessing or a curse. He passed just a few days before his 70th birthday. We had the funeral reception out at his house. My mum and I had to do some cleaning and repairs beforehand. After sitting, mostly untouched for 5 years, it was still in pretty decent shape, all things considered. The ceremony and reception were both small, but nice. After the reception, I went out and stood out by the lake, by myself for a while. It was only maybe a couple 100 feet across, but it seemed so much bigger when I was just a kid. I got quite the surprise a couple days later. At the reading of my grandpa's will, we found out he had left the house and land to me. He had written it only a few months before my last summer with him, I could feel my auntie's barely veiled jealousy, but at least my mum was happy for me. She offered to help me fix up the few remaining things we hadn't gotten to before the reception. She even said she'd help me pay for the movers if I decided to move in completely. I wasn't ready to do that just yet. I still needed to finish school, and I had a feeling there was probably more to be done around the lot than it seemed on the surface. But every weekend, I drove up and did a little bit more to get it ready, clearing out dead trees, replacing the warped old siding on the house, pouring new gravel for the driveway. It was slow going, but I was getting closer every day. Then, one day a few months ago, while I was cleaning piles of junk out of the garage, I found some rough blueprints still spread out on my grandpa's old workbench. It was the plans for the lake dock, our grand project we never got to build. I'd be lying if I said I didn't get a little emotional looking them over. They were basically all done, missing a few measurements, but nothing too crazy. So, I decided right then and there, I was going to build the deck. I would finish this one last summer project. I went and bought most of the lumber and hardware the following week. I also bought a water depth gauge, so I could get the last measurements I needed. The height for the posts at the end which would go down into the lake. If it was more than 15 feet or so, I would probably just get some anchors and let them float. But the original plans called for posts, so I figured I would stick to it if I could. The next weekend, I was back out at the house. I borrowed a friend's pickup truck to haul almost everything out in one trip. I also brought some food, water, and other essentials. It would make building a lot easier if I just stayed out of the house for a few days without having to drive back and forth to town. Enough of my grandpa's furniture was still there to make shorter stays comfortable enough. The first thing I did was go out to get the depth measurements I needed. I dragged the old rowboat to the overgrown grassy shore of the lake, praying the whole time that it would stay afloat at least long enough for me to get the reading. The meter I got seemed simple enough. It looked like a flashlight. You're supposed to stick it in the surface of the water, and it uses a laser to tell how far it is to the bottom. The wonders of modern technology. Lucky for me, the boat still floated, and didn't even seem to have any major leaks. I hopped aboard and paddled out about 30 feet to where the end of the dock would be. I uncapped the depth meter, stuck it in, flipped the switch, and nothing. The display on the side just kept flashing, reading, for what seemed like an unusual length of time. After a minute or so, the message changed to error, and it turned back off. I tried a few more times, but the result was the same. The wonders of modern technology. And so, I headed back to the hardware store. Luckily, there was a smaller one closer to the house, so I didn't have to go all the way back into town. I bought another water depth meter. This one was more old school, just a weight on the end of a line that you could spool out. Once it hit the bottom, you could just read the numbers on the line. Basically, just a tape measure with a hunk of metal at the end. Probably what I should have gotten in the first place. I got back to the house and rowed out onto the lake once more. I tossed the weight into the water and let it start to sink. But it didn't stop. The line kept going, unspooling more and more, almost seeming to pick up speed. 15 feet, 30 feet, 50 feet. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It eventually stopped at 100 feet. Not because it had hit anything, but because that was as far as my meter line went. That couldn't possibly be right. Sure, I had never touched the bottom as a kid, but it couldn't be that deep. Could it? I spent a few minutes reeling it back in and tried again, thinking somehow it would be different. But sure enough, it only stopped when there was no line left to give it. I just stood there, scratching my head for a bit, unsure on where to even go from here. Should I get a longer line? Even if I did hit the bottom, it wasn't like I could use posts for the dock now. As I thought on it, the depth meter slipped from my hands and fell off the side of the boat. It immediately disappeared from the surface, dragged down by the weight on the other end. Well, there goes a waste of $30, I thought to myself. I sat back on the boat for a while, doing some quick searches on my phone. After 15 minutes or so, the boat suddenly lurched. I steadied myself, almost losing my lone paddle over the side as well. It felt like the world's shortest earthquake, and I could see ripples hitting the shores on all sides. Before I could even guess at what it was, a loud splash erupted beside me and showered me in murky lake water. Something flew out from the water, straight up in the air, so fast I barely saw it. I shielded my head as it fell back down, landing hard with a resounding thunk between my legs. I cracked one eye open after a few moments. I thought the boat was still moving, but I quickly realized it was just my own trembling. There in the bottom was the metal weight from the end of my depth meter, still attached to a few feet of line. The line looked like it had been torn off, and what was left was frayed and mangled. I rowed back to the shore faster than I have ever rowed before. As I did, I could have sworn the surface of the lake started to swell and pull back from the edges. I paddled harder. As I reached the grass, I crawled out from the boat and took a few minutes to catch my breath. Looking back from the safety of the firm ground, all I saw was a once again calm lake, the sun starting to set in the distance and glinting off the glass-like surface. I was bewildered and shaken up in equal measure. What the hell was that? I went inside and dried off the best I could. I changed into my pajamas and sat by the back door, staring out at the lake. Part of me just wanted to hop in the truck and leave, but I couldn't. All I could do was watch the surface, waiting for something else to happen. Every time a dragonfly would land on the lake, or a toad would hop out, I nearly jumped out of my skin. The reasonable thoughts of doubt started to creep into my mind. Maybe I had just imagined it. Maybe there was a very rational and mundane explanation for all of this. Every time these thoughts came back, I looked at the remains of the depth line on the kitchen counter, and then I looked back out to the lake. After a few hours, I felt my eyelids start to grow heavy. I fought valiantly, but I soon lost the battle to my weariness. I had vivid dreams. The kind that you can't remember, not that you'd want to. The kind that leaves you in a cold sweat in the middle of the night. Sure enough, I woke in a gasp, nearly falling out of the dining room chair I had commandeered for my lookout. As I steadied my breathing and regained my senses, I looked back to the lake almost immediately. Just the moonlight on a calm little patch of water. Once again, I started to question what had happened earlier. Maybe it had just been some large deep-water crocodile or something. Were those even a thing? I looked back at the broken depth meter again, as if it held some sort of secret that would answer everything for me. It didn't. But as I looked it over once more, the light from outside grew brighter. It was subtle at first, like the moon moving out from behind a cloud, but it kept growing brighter still. As I looked back outside, I saw its source. The lake had begun to glow with an ethereal blue-green light. Ripples had appeared on its surface, starting in the center and moving outward. At first they only came every minute or so, but they got faster as the lake grew brighter. In my ears, I started to hear a low hum and an uncomfortable pressure, like descending in an airplane. I tried to run, to grab the car keys and leave, but my legs refused to budge. The lake began to rise unnaturally, like some sort of huge bubble was pushing its way upward, creating a dome of swirling water and pulsing light. It rose up and up until it was taller than the house and all the trees surrounding it. Finally, I felt myself stand up, but my brief sense of relief turned to horror as I felt my legs walking of their own accord towards the back door, towards the lake. Soon I felt grass under my bare feet, and a spray of cool mist covered my skin. I couldn't stop myself. I couldn't even blink. The dome of water had stopped growing. The light started flashing irregularly, like the lake held inside it a violent thunderstorm. In the flashes, I started to make out some sort of solid shape. It was massive, easily 50 feet across. It seemed to be curled in on itself, like a seashell or a hurricane. But the edges were spotted with tendrils, here and there, that twitched and flicked like a cat's tail. In the center, the light was the strongest, and it seemed to shine down on me like a spotlight. I screamed, or at least it felt like I did. I kept walking forward at a steady pace until I was only a few feet from the wall of water. One of the tendrils stretched out and waited just underneath the surface, beckoning me to come forward. A voice in my head spoke louder than my own thoughts. "Come in," it said, the words leaking through the folds of my brain. "He's already here. I've seen you in his memories." I kept walking. I held out my hand. I embraced the inevitable. The next thing I knew, I was sitting in a house I didn't recognize. One of the neighbors' place, I soon learned. He told me how he had found me, wandering in the woods in my pajamas, soaking wet. He said it gave him deja vu, from when he had found my grandpa years ago. My mum showed up to get me an hour or so later. I couldn't read much from her face, and we didn't say anything on the drive back to her house. The next few weeks were full of scans and tests, doctors and specialists. I usually zone out when they go over the results, but the gist is always the same. Nothing wrong. Have to run some more tests. It almost makes me laugh, but I know my mum doesn't see any humour in it. I've been getting worse all the while. It's hard for me to think straight, and sometimes I feel like I'm dreaming, even when I'm awake. I've been forgetting things, just little things here and there, but they're starting to add up. Even my favourite memories of my grandpa are starting to feel blurry and faded. I can still feel the remnants of joy when I focus, but the details are getting harder and harder to grasp. So, I decided to record all of this before it too starts to fade away. I don't know what was out in that lake. My mum said she's selling the place, and she makes sure I don't leave the house without her. At least, not until I'm all better, she says. But somehow, some way, I just know. In the end, I'll be back at the lake. Being a house husband was never something I sought. It's just that I took the easy way out, and it was easy to do because it was logical. It all started with my wife, Dr. Clydence, completing her archaeology degree and landing a job as an assistant to an influential art broker. We suddenly had a lot of money, and she was making roughly 18 times more income than I was as a truck driver. Suddenly my CDL was about as impressive as a food handler's permit, compared to her new degree. Me going back to school at 50 was her idea. At first I felt out of place on campus, but somehow I became immersed in the lifestyle. I had nothing to do but sit through lectures and write papers. Since I no longer had to worry about pissing clean, I could even own a bong. I'd finish my homework and spend half the day playing in the backyard. It was like an early retirement. I'd give anything to go back to those days. For me, it started while watching television. I was about to change the channel, because I didn't want to see any more atrocities committed against helpless villagers, with their farms burning in the background, and their families and neighbors in a mass grave. That's when I saw the idol, a stack of skulls carved from solid rock, with red sacrifices dripping from it. I blinked, feeling a chill. I recognized it, but only from my dreams. Somehow it wasn't something far away. I knew it well. My wife, Dr. Clydens, was abroad. I looked at my copy of her itinerary and shuddered. She was just across the border from the insurrection. I calculated it would be early evening over there, and called her hotel. No, this is her husband. I'm trying to reach Dr. Clydens. I had to say several times before the phone was handed to someone who spoke English better. I'm sorry for the confusion, Mr. Clydens. Your wife was taken to hospital. There is a message from her associate, Professor Hujon. It is for you to call directly. She didn't have your number, so you'll have to call. Are you ready to write it? I went to the whiteboard on the fridge and wrote Professor Hujon's number. What happened to Camille? I asked when I reached her. Professor Hujon apologized for not having my number ready and expressed relief that I had called. She's having the baby, Professor Hujon told me. What baby? I asked. I'd seen my wife just 6 days earlier. She wasn't pregnant. What do you mean? Professor Hujon sounded confused. My wife wasn't pregnant, I stammered. How'd you not notice? I haven't seen her in 6 months. She was pregnant when I arrived yesterday at the excavation. I must admit I am confused. Professor Hujon sounded bewildered. There must be some misunderstanding, I complained. We are talking about Camille Clydens, right? Yes, and she's giving birth right now. The embassy has sent someone here, at my request. You have nothing to worry about. Professor Hujon tried to reassure me. I'm worried about my wife. She was not pregnant. Is there any way you can check and make sure there wasn't some kind of mistake? I worried. There's no mistake, Mr. Clydens. Everything is being handled correctly. I just worry that it's a little early. I mean, why else would she come here if she was due? Professor Hujon sounded a little admonishing. I slowly, with trembling hands, hung up the phone. I sat down, quite confused. The thought of the soaked altar of skulls kept coming to my mind. For the next couple of days, I paced in worry, unable to accept the reality of what I was told over the phone. I tried calling to reach Camille, but somehow my calls never made it to her. Instead, I was left waiting for her arrival. When she came home, her dark hair had turned brittle and white, and she looked aged and tired and weak. She carried no baby, and the sunken look in her eyes haunted me. She wouldn't speak or respond to me, and I worried about what had happened to her. It was a quiet morning, and a gentle snowfall had begun. I'd helped her out of her bed and sat her at the small table in our dining area, a kitchen adjacent. She just stared at nothing, as though she had never really come home. I love you, I said quietly to her. I had no idea how to bring her back, but my heart was breaking, seeing her so traumatized. Somehow hearing me say that finally got a reaction out of her. She started crying and looked at me. It took a few moments, but she said, "I'm just glad to be home. It was awful." We worked on it. She slowly started a recovery, and after some time, just before New Year's, she was holding a warm mug between her hands and said to me, "I suppose you want to know what happened?" "Only if you feel you can tell me." I tried to be reassuring, but I really did need to know. "It started when I uncovered the idol of Dwimbeth. It was an old legend. To prove it was a real cult, that was quite the find. There was an accident. One of Professor Hujon's students, she fell on it. It was my hand that held the rag to clean the blood off of the artifact. That night I experienced terrible pains, and by morning it was like I was 4 or 5 months pregnant. By the second day, I was ready to give birth. It was horrible. You see, Michael, the legend is true, and I am damned." "The Statue of Skulls?" I asked, shivering in dread at her morbid tone and slow diction. "Dwimbeth was a demon born of 7 brides, a bloodthirsty creature. The monks fought it to the last, and managed to behead it of all 7 of its heads. Piled together, they turned to stone. That's the legend. Only the blood of believers could ever revive it. And so it was buried, to prevent such a thing. It was just a legend." Camille shook her head. "What happened? At the hospital?" I asked. I regretted it when she just sobbed and shook, unable to say what had happened to her at the hospital. Our home was silent, grave-like, and under an oppressive atmosphere. My wife spent most of her time in bed, leaving me to my worries and questions. It wasn't long before Dawn Caldwell was trying to reach her, leaving messages of condolence and questions about selling the idol. Was it authentic or not? Finally, I was on the phone with Miss Caldwell. I could only tell her my wife was in no condition to deal with her. I couldn't decipher my wife's recommendation for the acquisition, that it was both certifiably authentic and also that it could not be sold. "This is most unfair, Mr. Clydens. I have several bids approaching 6 zeros, and your wife has not signed off on the legality of the sale. This is very unprofessional, and I am unhappy." Miss Caldwell told me she was unhappy, like I should be most worried about that unhappiness. I hung up the phone. That night, I witnessed the beginning of the awful horror with my own eyes. My wife lay in our bed, racked by some unseen torment. Then, as she quieted down, I watched as her belly grew and was awake all night in unbelieving dread. By morning, she had regained consciousness and looked at me where I had kept sleepless vigil, and then to her stomach. She let out a distressed moan. her eyes watered in anguish and terror. "Not again," Camille sobbed. I called a doctor and took her to the hospital, but they found nothing strange about her pregnancy and didn't seem to believe us that it happened overnight. The ultrasound brought a different reaction. "There must be something wrong with our equipment." The technician apologized and turned off the monitor. I confronted them with the doctor. "We need to terminate this thing. It's no child." I told them. The doctor shook his head. "That's not possible. Your wife is already due." Camille became hysterical, demanding a cesarean, but the doctors wouldn't budge. They insisted she could easily give birth naturally. It was like some kind of nightmare. Within hours, she was in labor. And then I saw the thing that had used her body as a gateway to our world. The doctor collapsed in shock, and the creature just lay there in the birthing gore, looking up at me with a dark eye, with a hellish red iris. I stared at it, my body in a frozen mutiny of terror, unable to take action. It blinked once, and then began to levitate, dripping. It was rotten, a fully grown skull, with a bit of spinal cord, and the veins hanging raggedly from the loose skin of its neck. The bone showed through to sagging flesh, but it was impossible. My mind rejected it, and I couldn't recall what compelled me to throw a chair through the window, aiding its escape. It flew out into the snowy night, leaving its mother behind. There was a requirement that I had to speak to the police. I didn't know what to tell them. I made up a story that the whole thing was a mistake, and she was never pregnant. I had no idea how the window got broken, or how the delivery doctor went insane. Somehow, we were both sitting there in silence at our table, not long after that awful night at the hospital. We just stared at each other, and then there was a knock at our front door. It was Dawn Caldwell with a briefcase. She sat with us and demanded answers from my wife, shoving papers in front of her and insisting that she wouldn't leave without a signature. We consigned someone, somewhere, to exposure to the evil artifact. Then, Dawn Caldwell left our lives for good. Or so I hoped. Days went by, and then one night, I found Camille lying on the floor in our hallway, the steam from the shower making the air a moist fog. Something pressed upon her, torturing her. She cried out in agony, and I rushed to help her. But there was nothing I could do, except watch helplessly in terror. Again, she grew pregnant, and it went quickly. I waited sleeplessly, leaving her in our bed. By the next evening, she was giving birth again, and our bedding and mattress was soaked in blood. The head rolled out onto the floor and looked at me menacingly. It opened its mouth, as though savoring the horror of its birth, and then it, too, floated out of the window as I opened it, letting it go. I wasn't sure why I was helping them escape. I was too afraid to move or react, but somehow, like a puppet, I moved to aid it. When it was gone, I closed the window, shutting out the coldness of the night air. "What is happening to us?" I asked her. Camille just sat, staring away without answers. She looked doomed and petrified. I felt a deeply unsettling anxiety that our problems had only just begun. I needed something to do to resist the silent calamity of my home, and set to work, dragging the mattress and the bedding to our backyard, and burning it spectacularly. When it was over, there was a charred mess in a heap back there, but I hoped it was over, and we could move on. None of it felt real, except it had happened. I wanted to forget, but every time I closed my eyes, I could see the stare of the things she had birthed. When I went back inside, I found Camille against a wall, her face pushed into it. She was in great distress. Something painful was ravaging her. She collapsed into my arms, and I dreaded yet another pregnancy. "I'm sorry," I told her weakly. She refused to get up from the floor, so I made her comfortable there. Early the next morning, she cried out in labor. Then the fourth of the beheaded horrors arrived. I obediently opened the back door and let it escape, unable to resist the urge to do so. I found her notebooks and began to read about the legendary excavation site and the demon Dwimbith. There was little more information than what she had told me. I did, however, see a sketch of the artifact, the altar, and noted it was composed of 7 stone heads, piled haphazardly. I recognized the awful stare of the demonic eyeballs in the skull sockets, staring with dreadful malevolence. We were at its mercy, helplessly trapped in the cycle. Our days went on, awaiting the next pregnancy and birth, the next conception, and the next. After the last one, we sat in silence, praying wordlessly to no particular god that it was finally over. I asked Camille, "Is that it? Is the legend over?" She shrugged, sipping her tea and staring out at the white blanket of snow outside. She said mysteriously, "It lives again, through me. What have I but to see it through?" I had no idea what she meant, but despite the warmth of our home, I felt as cold as the world outside. I shivered in fear, unsure what I would do when called upon. I felt like it somehow wasn't over. It was then that we were again invaded by Dawn Caldwell. She was distraught and disheveled. She sold the idol to a museum, only to be forced to generate a refund as the artifact crumbled and revealed it was simply 7 rotting heads, thinly mummified by a layer of mortar painted over them. The real artifact was supposed to be carved entirely of solid stone. "You've ruined me, and now I'll ruin you." Dawn Caldwell stood between me and my wife, acting indignant and throwing a tantrum. "Where are the heads now?" I asked. What? Dawn Caldwell replied. Reunited as one, they are bound to their priests. Those who made them, released them, and moved them. Dwimbiff comes. Camille smiled weirdly, a crazed look in her eyes. Then she laughed. It was a shattering kind of laugh, of pure madness and horror. Miss Caldwell looked from us to the darkness over the white snow outside. Something behind the glass held her attention. A bride for the demon's needs, a father who sets the prodigy free, and a nurse who feeds, Camille said, while she laughed darkly, and with mind-rending clarity. Suddenly, as I watched her, Dawn Caldwell's face showed utter fear, twisted into a silent scream. The climax of the contortion was a piercing shriek, and to claw at her own face with her long fingernails. Whatever she was looking at behind us was unbearably horrible and hungry. Blood lactated through her power suit, and she kicked the dropped briefcase. She ran around in a little circle, disoriented and unable to escape. Then she ran to the back door, somehow towards the menacing creature in our backyard, instead of away from it. I refused to look. I knew it was eating her, because I could hear her shrieks of terror and pain as it consumed her whole, starting with her feet and munching on her until her screams went inside it, wetly muffled. My wife stood up and stared at it. What a beautiful day. It has its daddy's mouth, 7 faces as lips, and a single shining tooth from each chin. Indeed, it has one great mouth made of 7 heads, formed in a circle. It is a lovely one. You should see it. Camille described the monster in our backyard. No thanks, I told her, staring at the paperwork of the opened briefcase. In her desperation, the boss lady had brought a paper file of her most trusted assistant. She could have filed it out to fire her, or promote her, or anything. It was like a blank check. I picked it up and clicked the pen. You're going to run the Caldwell Arts dealership from now on? Somebody has got to keep things neat and tidy around here. We have the rest of our lives to forget this. I was muttering, almost absently, ignoring the cooing of my wife to the thing in our backyard. He's leaving. He's got his own life to live now. Camille sounded sad. I heard a sound like great bat wings beating the air for takeoff, and then whatever it was had left us there. I finished the paperwork and went and stood next to Camille. I put my arm around her and held her close as we looked out at the pristine winter wonderland. The tracks of some clawed abomination had left a mark, but the snow began to fall, slowly erasing it. Camille rested her head on my shoulder and sipped her tea as we stood there, watching the snow falling. Things will get better, I'm sure, We're through the rough. I think we're gonna be alright, I told her, my eyes watering as I desperately wanted to believe in what I was saying. I felt some reassurance when Camille kissed my cheek and said, I know. I never thought I would have to leave my country to save my wife. But here I am, on a plane to Switzerland, with a suitcase full of cash and a desperate hope. She has been pregnant for 2 years, and no one knows why. The doctors have tried everything, from ultrasounds to MRIs, but they can't see what's inside her. They can't even tell if it's a baby or something else. Something, I hope, is just a complication from such a long term. My wife and I had different views on having children. She had a hereditary condition that made pregnancy very difficult and dangerous for her, but she also had a strong desire to be a mother. She grew up as an only child and felt lonely. She wanted to have a big family and give her children the love and attention she craved. I loved my wife and wanted to support her, but I also worried about her health and well-being. I thought about adopting children who needed a home and a family. I thought that would be a safer and more compassionate option. We talked about it and agreed to try for a baby, even though it was risky and painful for her. But when she made it into her second trimester, it was a blessing. I thought I was ready for fatherhood. I had a stable job, a loving wife, and a cozy home. I was overjoyed. But the pregnancy didn't progress normally. Discomfort and pain became her constant companions. Morning sickness, fatigue, backaches, swelling, changes in sleep patterns, and other bodily changes made her miserable and exhausted. But that was nothing compared to the fear and anxiety that gripped me every day. She didn't show any signs of growth. She didn't feel any movement, except for pain. She didn't hear any heartbeat, except for silence. And the doctors didn't know what was wrong. We hoped for a miracle, but we got a nightmare. Work-life balance was a joke. I could barely manage to get through the day, let alone support her and our baby. I felt guilty for working too much, but I also felt guilty for not earning enough. I tried to prepare for parenthood, but I had no idea what to expect or how to cope. I felt alone and overwhelmed. Financial strain added to the stress. Medical bills piled up, and we had to dip into our savings. We worried about how we would afford maternity leave, childcare, and all the other expenses that come with having to perform so many tests. We had to cut back on everything, and we still barely made ends meet, and make sure there would be no way miscarriage could happen. Relationship stresses tested our bond. Pregnancy can put strain on any relationship, but ours was pushed to the limit. We argued more than ever, and we struggled to communicate and understand each other. We tried to be supportive and loving, but we also felt frustrated and resentful. It's been 730 days. Not days of morning sickness and cute baby bumps, but 730 days of a swollen belly, endless doctor's appointments, and a growing chasm between me and my wife. It started normally enough. Positive test, excitement, planning for the tiny human on the way. But then, at month 9, something went wrong. The bump kept growing, but no heartbeat, no kicks, just an unsettling emptiness. Doctors were baffled. Scans showed nothing but shadows. Freaky shadows that sent chills down my spine. New laws came in, shutting down any hope of invasive procedures. No termination, no poking around to see what the hell was going on. We were stuck with this thing growing inside my wife, stealing her life and slowly poisoning ours. We tried everything, every specialist, every clinic, even lawmakers. All brick walls of apathy and legalese. No one cared this wasn't normal, that her stomach was pushing against its limits, her legs and feet swollen like balloons. And every scan, every prod, every cold touch on her belly, it felt like scraping ice against my soul. We used to be close, whispering dreams of the future. Now, the silence between us is deafening, punctuated only by her strained breaths and the cracking of the house settling in the dead of night. Sometimes, I stare at that monstrous bulge and wonder what it is. But I do worry more about my wife and how all of this feels for her. I just wanted it to stop, and so did she. Whatever this was, it was stealing our lives. Even if it means silence, even if it means emptiness. And so, I found myself on a plane to Switzerland, with a suitcase full of cash and a desperate hope. She sat beside me, asleep, but I soon noticed something along her stretched-out shirt. A seemingly glossy steel shell had pierced through her skin. We met a doctor at the airport who took us to a secluded facility. He said he had a solution, but it came with a price. She might not make it, the doctor said. I can't survive any longer, my wife said. So the procedure began. Dr. Petrov, a grizzled man, prepped our makeshift operating room. My wife, pale and fragile on the makeshift table, held my hand tighter than she ever had, her knuckles white against mine. Ready? Petrov's voice rasped, a surgeon's mask obscuring his face. My throat squeezed shut. For what? To pull back the curtain, he said, the glint of the angle grinder blade catching the sunlight. For answers, even if they're not the ones you want. I nodded, the lump in my throat immovable. answers. Any answers were better than the gnawing void of the past 2 years. The whirring of the grinder sliced through the silence, a mechanical shriek that sent shivers down my spine. It bit into my wife's flesh, the smell of burning iron filling the air. I squeezed her hand, a silent mantra of, "It's okay, it's okay," bouncing against the walls of my skull. Time morphed into a sickening blend of blood, bone, and metallic tang. Petrov worked with a grim efficiency, a sculptor chipping away at a grotesque statue. Every groan from my wife, every tremor of her body, was a fresh jolt of agony. Then, a gasp. Dr. Petrov held up a piece of warped metal, its edges catching the light like a twisted halo. It pulsed faintly, an alien heartbeat in the sterile room. "My God," Petrov breathed, his voice raw. A shell wrapped around her spine. My world shattered. A metal shell. Inside her, the phantom pregnancy, the cold void under her skin. It all made a horrifying sense. We weren't carrying a child. We were carrying this. My wife whimpered, eyes wide with a primal fear that mirrored my own. Her hand, slick with sweat, slipped from mine. I reached for her, but Petrov pushed me back, his face grim. "We need to remove it," he said, his voice tight. "Now." But as the grinder whined back to life, a new terror bloomed in the air, a metallic hum emanating from the shell itself. It pulsed, it resonated, before it slowly retracted its tentacles from my wife's spine, pushing itself out of her and onto the floor, as Petrov remained shocked. My wife lay still, her eyes empty, a vessel emptied of such a heavy thing. As I looked down and touched the shell, Petrov begged I stop, but I had to know what we had been dealing with. The shell gently opened, and I wondered what to expect, until I met a beautiful baby girl. But her eyes weren't right. They still aren't. She's growing up quickly, since that last week. She can talk now, and she really does love us, even helping her mum through her recovery. I don't know if she's really mine. But what else can she be? Man, it was one of those days where the rain decided to pour down like there was no tomorrow. Now I'm sitting there at the small therapy clinic, staring out the window, thinking about how annoying it's going to be to walk home without an umbrella. Like, seriously, rain, can't you cut me some slack? Suddenly, the door swings open, and in walks Kate, the new psychiatrist. I greeted her with a big old smile, trying to hide my annoyance with the weather. She introduces herself, all professional-like. "Hey, I'm Kate, the new shrink around here." I guided her to her office, where she's going to be stationed, as per the clinic manager's orders. The day's been quiet, and it's just me and Kate in the clinic. So, I figure, why not strike up a conversation? I stroll into Kate's office, trying to be friendly. "So, Kate, how long have you been practicing the art of messing with people's heads?" She chuckles and says, "About 10 years now. You know, the usual stuff. Listening to people's problems and pretending like I have all the answers." I'm genuinely impressed, and I ask her how she got into this whole therapy gig. That's when I notice something off about her. She's visibly bothered by something. Being the nosy person I am, I ask her what's eating at her. She hesitates, glancing around like she's afraid someone might be eavesdropping. Patient confidentiality and all that jazz. I push her a bit, telling her it's just us girls. Spill the beans. Finally, she sighs and decides to share the story. "All right, fine. But this one's a doozy," she warns, looking dead serious. I lean in, my curiosity on full blast. She starts telling me about this kid named Gabriel, a 13-year-old who gave her the creeps. I mean, 13? Kids that young needing therapy? The world's messed up, man. Kate explains how she met Gabriel and his mum at this run-down house on Mill Street. The boy seemed normal at first, but then she asked what was wrong with him. Gabriel's mum goes on about how since he was 6, the kid avoided going outside like the plague. Windows were a no-go zone too. I'm thinking, okay, maybe he's just an introvert or something. But Kate's face turns serious as she continues. Apparently, Gabriel wouldn't spill the beans about why he was so scared of the outside world. The mum was clueless, and the kid was keeping quiet, like he was holding on to some deep, dark secret. She then continued her story where she visits Gabriel's home, determined to unravel the mystery behind this kid's fear of the great outdoors. On day 1, everything seemed normal. Cartoons, YouTube videos, books with mum. Nothing out of the ordinary. But that window incident, that's what kept Kate up at night. As the day continues, Kate's got her eyes peeled, watching Gabriel like a hawk for any clues. The kid's doing the same routine. Cartoons, iPad, books, all the usual stuff. But then, like clockwork, he inches closer to that darn window. For a whole hour, Gabriel just stares outside, looking terrified. Kate glances out, expecting to see a UFO or a creepy neighbor. But it's just a regular backyard on a cloudy day. Nothing to freak out about, right? Wrong. When Kate asks Gabriel what he sees, the kid loses it. "It's there, waiting for me to come outside," he mutters, voice trembling. Kate's skin crawls, and she asks the million-dollar question. Who is there? The boy screams, "No!" like he's being chased by the boogeyman, and bolts back to his room, treating it like some fortress of solitude. Kate's now officially creeped out, wondering if this kid's imagination is working overtime, or if there's something more sinister lurking. After the 5-hour shift, Kate leaves, feeling a sense of unease. She talks to Gabriel's mum, asking if the boy's ever taken hallucinogenic meds or something. The mum, defensive yet concerned, reassures Kate that she wouldn't let her kid pop pills without a doctor's say-so. Day 1 wraps up with Kate promising to come back tomorrow. As she tells me this, I'm getting goosebumps. I ask, "What did you do on the second day, Kate?" She smirks a bit, saying, "You're gonna have to wait for tomorrow to find out." I roll my eyes, slightly disappointed, but life at the clinic calls. New visitors are streaming in. As I head home, eat dinner, and lay in bed, I can't shake the feeling that Kate's story is going to unveil something dark and twisted. Tomorrow can't come soon enough. The next day crept in, and I was on a mission to wrap up work pronto, desperate to unravel the chilling tale Kate had started. But the clinic was buzzing with visitors, each with their own brand of chaos, and I hustled through the day, managing the madness with a dash of disappointment. By the end of my 8-hour shift, fatigue etched lines on my face. Kate caught the look on my face, and, out of kindness, she decided to spill more of her eerie story. My face lit up like a sunflower under the midday sun. We both left the clinic, making a beeline for Kate's home, where I settled on her comfy couch, eagerly waiting for the next chapter. Kate took a breath and dove back into the tale. On the second day at Gabriel's place, things seemed normal until Kate wanted a quick smoke outside. That's when Gabriel, urgency in his voice, stopped her, warning that opening the door would let it in. Intrigued, Kate peered outside, but found no one. Choosing not to open the door, the boy visibly relaxed. Thinking on her feet, Kate asked Gabriel to draw what he saw in the backyard. Surprisingly, the boy agreed and quickly grabbed his drawing supplies. As he sketched, I watched in shock as the image took form. A tall, pale woman with long black hair, long arms, wearing a white dress smeared in blood, a devilish smile etched on her face. Holy cheesecakes, Kate muttered, her heart racing. She asked Gabriel if this was the reason he avoided the outside, and he nodded in confirmation. Even Gabriel's terrified mother gazed upon the drawing. At the end of the 5-hour shift, Kate meticulously documented every detail in her report. She nudged me to call it a day, promising to finish the story tomorrow. In shock, I left for home, unable to eat or do anything, as fear and excitement churned in my mind. The same night, Kate detailed the story further in text. She spoke about the shift in Gabriel's home atmosphere after the drawing, a sinister presence that sent shivers down her spine. She recounted the eerie feeling of being watched, as if the creature depicted in the drawing was somehow aware of their discussion. The next day at the clinic, I was a mix of anticipation and dread, eager to unravel the conclusion of Kate's unsettling experience with Gabriel. Little did I know, the story was far from over, and the answers might be darker than I could have ever imagined. That morning, I woke up feeling like I hadn't slept at all, thanks to the barrage of late-night text messages from Kate. My usual morning routine felt like a chore, but I pressed on and headed to work. To my surprise, the clinic was eerily quiet once again. A sense of relief washed over me. I couldn't fathom dealing with another day of administrative chaos like the one before. Just when I thought it was going to be a mundane day, Kate strolled into the clinic, offering to finish her story in her office before the inevitable swarm of visitors descended upon us. "Oh, is it Christmas already?" I quipped excitedly. Kate chuckled, and we both settled into her office with steaming cups of coffee. The air became tense as Kate resumed her story, her eyes filled with seriousness and dread. On the third and final day of her assessment with Gabriel, Kate entered the boy's chilling home, suspecting schizophrenia or monstrous illusions tied to his anxiety. Little did she know, the terrifying climax awaited her. As Kate monitored Gabriel, he claimed to hear strange noises from the basement. Curiosity outweighed caution, and Gabriel insisted on investigating. Kate, uneasy, accompanied him. When she opened the basement door, an ominous stairway descended into darkness. To Kate's horror, a long, pale arm shot out from the abyss, snatching Gabriel and pulling him into the darkness. He screamed in terror, pleading for salvation. Kate, panicked, chased after him, but when she illuminated the basement with light, Gabriel was nowhere to be found. His mother, puzzled, revealed that he was napping in his room. Perplexed, Kate rushed to Gabriel's room, only to find him peacefully asleep. However, something was off. Gabriel awoke, seemingly normal, but Kate sensed an underlying difference. When he miraculously stepped into the outside world, Kate couldn't shake the feeling that things weren't as they seemed. Writing her report, Kate convinced herself that Gabriel had returned to normal, but the haunting memory of the basement lingered. The boy's mother thanked Kate for resolving the dilemma, unaware of the doubts clouding the psychiatrist's mind. Kate left that day with a multitude of questions, haunted by the unsettling experience in the basement. As she finished her tale, her eyes widened in horror. "I told you so," Kate muttered. "I know. You don't have to tell me that," I replied in a scared tone. Kate tried to reassure me, urging me not to dwell on the story, as it might affect my work. I attempted to put on a brave face, but deep down, the terror lingered. As new visitors flooded the clinic, I went back to my routine, forever haunted by the basement incident in Kate's chilling story, unsure if it was true or a fragment of a disturbed imagination. Someone was screaming. The sound pulled me from a dream, and I woke in the dark, short of breath, and damp with sweat. It was my mother, I realized. Have you ever noticed how you can recognize the voice of one close to you, through as little as a cough or cry? There is no need for words. I heard and knew it was her. I sat up in bed, confused, frightened. The screams had stopped, but I could still hear talking downstairs. My parents. I slid out from beneath the covers and crept to my door, bare feet cold on the ancient wooden boards. A decade has passed, but I still remember the strangest details. The way those floorboards creaked, the dust which made me sneeze, the shadows of night clouds slipping silently across the scene, nipping at my heels. All these things, as meaningless as they were, are burned into me. Little scars when I close my eyes. Mum and Dad's voices were raised, upset. In our old home, they would have wakened the neighbors by now. But not here. Not here in the middle of nowhere. There was no one within a mile. I held the door handle and eased it down so it made no sound. Stepped into the hallway, leaving my door open behind me. Moonlight spilled out around my feet, a pale wash chasing shadows into corners. It felt like I had only been asleep a few hours, but I couldn't be certain. I worked my way to the top of the stairs, a few inches at a time. I could make out occasional words from below, but nothing yet that made any sense. I had stopped to listen, and the door beside me cracked open, making me jump. My younger sister, Maria, was there, only 6 years old, wide eyes in her worried face, and tousled black hair, wild around her. I recall thinking it was odd that our brother Ryan hadn't left his room yet. Usually if our parents woke us with their arguing, he would be up first, to get us back to sleep and tell us not to worry, not to listen. "Go to bed," I hissed at her. She frowned and retreated, but kept the door ajar. I tiptoed forward onto the top step and listened. My father, loud, demanding. Do what? My mother, angry, tearful. Crazy. Don't do this. Call the police. Phone an ambulance. Please. David, please. Her voice went on as I heard footsteps approaching the stairs. They were coming up. A surge of panic, and I turned, rushing back to my room. I caught my sister peering around her doorframe and mouthed at her to go as I passed. The footsteps behind grew closer, my mother's voice clearer. I climbed back into bed, heart racing, when I heard their feet on the hallway floor. They went into Ryan's room, which was opposite Maria's, not their own, which was opposite mine. Why? I wondered. Where was my brother? Dad was speaking, voice thick and heavy. He told Mum to sit down, then again louder, and she snapped a reply I couldn't quite make out. "Did you break the rules I gave you?" He asked her. "Did any of you?" My mother replied, inaudibly. "Did you break any of the rules I gave you?" His voice raised again. "Just fucking answer me, Lisa." "No." Her voice broke as she shouted back. "No. Please, David. For God's sake, phone an ambulance. It might not be too late. It might not. You don't know. You don't know it." "Did anyone come in the house?" He cut her off, tone low and threatening. "Did any of you leave?" "No. David, please." She was still speaking when I heard him stepping into the hall. Then the door closing, and the rattle of keys. My mother's voice rose to a scream, and I could hear her run across the floor. "What are you doing?" Her hands hammering on the door panels. "David, what are you doing? Don't hurt them, David. Don't hurt our girls. David, please." Why would she say that? I thought. He would never hurt us. My father would never hurt me. What was going on? I heard the creak of floorboards between her cries, and then Dad opening my sister's room. He spoke quietly. I couldn't make it out. Maria's door was closed and locked. Then he was walking again, towards my room. Mum was still shouting, sobbing, calling his name and our names, words collapsing into each other, until they were only sounds of frustration and pain and rage. My door opened. I looked over the edge of my covers, pretending I was still sleepy. I was so scared. I didn't know what else to do. My father stood in the doorway. He was holding a shotgun, and it was pointed at my chest. "Evie, sweetheart," he said. "We need to talk." We had only been in that house for a week. If everything had went to plan, we would have been gone before another month had passed. At the beginning of the year, Dad's elder brother passed away. He was the only other living member on that side of the family, so my father inherited everything. Our parents were contacted by the law firm who had been engaged as executors of the will, and a meeting was organized to discuss the detail. Now, our dad hadn't spoken to his brother in decades, or any side of our family for that matter. Ryan, Maria, and myself had never even met them. Dad would never even talk about them. Strangely, he seemed more worried than upset by the news of our uncle's death. When my parents attended the meeting, the true scope of the inheritance was revealed. The home left to him was more than a century old and had once housed 20 family and staff. 3 floors, basement, attic, outhouses, and miles of private property. At present, most of the place was filled with the accumulated possessions of 5 generations of rich landowners. The contents alone could be worth a small fortune. The house and grounds certainly were. My mum, both shocked and delighted, couldn't wait to tell us. Dad, however, remained taciturn, simultaneously unsurprised and pained by this apparent good fortune. He didn't want to accept it, he said. Our mother couldn't believe him and demanded to know why. Because of the conditions of the will, he told her. We would all have to move there and take possession of the house. No one except family could be allowed inside, not in any circumstance. But he didn't want to go back there, no matter what was on offer. He certainly wouldn't take his wife and children to that god-forsaken place. Mum was furious. She thought it was crazy to turn it down. So what if we had to move there? His refusal to explain any further only made it worse. They argued on and off for weeks. There was silence between them each day until the children were in bed. Then the arguments would begin again. We couldn't accept. Why couldn't we accept the house? She would ask. Why wouldn't he explain? My father never answered, just repeated the same refusals and denials. Whatever happened there, it's over, I heard her say one night. You never spoke to them, never spoke about them. They are gone. I'm your wife. We are your family. Here and now. I lay awake in bed picking out bits and pieces and trying to sleep. I never heard the final argument, but Ryan did. He told me and Maria about it on our walk to school. Mum said she had spoken to a lawyer of her own about the will. We could move there, just for a short time, she had said. Maybe only a month. Then we can claim we can't stay, because it's hurting the kids' upbringing. It wouldn't even be a lie. There isn't a school for 40 miles. Police or ambulance are further. No other families nearby. It's isolated. We say it's affecting all of our mental health. There are no living relatives to contest with. My lawyer thinks we could fight it in court and win. Afterwards we can sell up and go anywhere we like, do anything we want. We'll be rich, David. No more 5 of us in a 2-bedroom flat. We just have to make it look like we tried. My father didn't reply. Then Mum told him she would leave with us if he didn't accept it. Divorce. To be refusing this opportunity was throwing away all our fortunes, she said, over a reason he couldn't even explain. If he could be that stupid and selfish, then he didn't deserve to be our father, and wasn't the man she thought he was. Dad had left after that, Ryan told us. Went out for hours during the night. The two of them didn't speak at all the next day. Then, a week later, our parents sat us down and said they had news. We were all going away together to clear out and sell the old house we had inherited. It should only be for a month or so, they said. Then, we could come home. I need you to tell me what you done today. Dad? I had begun to cry, unable to hold back the tears. What's going on? Why is... Just answer me, Evie. I don't want to hear anything else, okay? Tell me what happened today, and nothing else. You understand? When I drove back to the city this afternoon, did someone come to the house? Did any of you leave? Tell me the truth. He never came any closer than the doorway, keeping the gun on me the entire time. Nothing happened. I was too upset to think clearly, unable to take it all in. My mother told him we never left the house, didn't she? Why had she lied? Was Dad going to hurt her if he found out? He glanced at the wall between our rooms and noticed. You heard what we were saying? He asked. Me and your mum. Of course. Of course you did. I didn't reply, just wiped away the tears and tried to hold back any more. Okay, it's okay. His voice calmed. I'm not going to hurt you, baby. The barrel lowered. I could see his eyes were red where he had been crying himself. This was hurting him, I realized. Doing this was hurting him. I just need you to tell me the truth. This is very important, Evie. What did you do today? Did you go out? I was just a child, overwhelmed and confused. Every time in my life I had been frightened, I would run to my dad. Every time I needed someone, I could call his name and he would be there. Now he was the one I was scared of, and I was lost. I started to get out of bed to go to him, but he pulled back, the gun snapping up. No! He pointed the weapon straight at me. Stay where you are. Don't move. Back on the bed. There was a pleading in his eyes and voice. Please, Evie. Don't make me. I had never seen him angry and emotional like this. Never in my life. He had never even shouted at me before. He just wasn't that type of man. Evie. His speech quietened again. Tell me, right now, did any of you leave the house today? Yes. I saw it hit him. This truth, like a physical blow sapping the strength from his body. He took a faltering step back and leaned against the doorframe, face paling to ghostly white. A sharp intake of breath through clenched teeth. We went to the village. I kept talking, not knowing what else to do. Couldn't stop the words once they had started. All of us. We got separated at the shop and Mum got angry. Maria. She ran off to see the horses. There were horses in one of the fields. I went after her, but she wouldn't come back. Mum and Ryan had to help till we found her. I remember that afternoon, chasing my sister down stone side streets under the grey sky. We were just going for a walk. My mother had told us. "Get out of this house for an hour," she had said, handing us our coats. "But remember, don't tell your dad." She laughed, and Ryan did too. Dad was being silly, we thought, wasn't he? The four of us took a winding path through the trees and across the fields of wet grass until we reached the village. A church, a shop, and a dozen homes. We found everything closed, silent. I didn't see a single other person, not even a face at a window or a passing car. "Maybe no one lives here anymore," Ryan said. Mum didn't say anything. When Maria ran off, I followed her, but I couldn't make her come back on my own. I went for my mum and brother. When I found Maria the second time, we all went home. Nothing happened. "How long were you all separated?" My father's words were cold now, flat and emotionless. "How long were you on your own?" I don't know." "How long, Evie?"
5 minutes. Maybe 10. Maybe 10 minutes.
He wasn't looking at me anymore, just staring at the floor. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with a shaking hand and backed into the wall.
"Daddy? Where's Ryan?"
He glanced up. Our eyes met, and I had never seen hurt on his face like I did then. But he didn't answer me, just swung the door closed and locked it. A minute or so passed, and I could hear him pacing the floor, steps interspersed with cries from my mother, which he ignored. Then his voice, just outside my room. "Evie, I need you to stay here for a little while, baby. Stay away from this door. I'll be back soon, okay?" A second's pause. "I love you." I heard him go to my sister's room. He spoke to her briefly through the door. Then he headed upstairs. My mother kept shouting, calling his name as the footsteps receded. I hadn't moved since he left, just sat there on the bed, cracked and hollowed out.
"Evie?"
Mum's voice from the next room. I went to the wall and knelt down, pressed my ear against it.
"Are you all right, sweetheart?"
she asked.
"I'm okay, Mum. Did I do something wrong?" No, baby, of course not. I'm going to get us out of here, okay? It's going to be all right. He won't hurt you. I won't let him hurt you. Your dad isn't feeling well. He isn't himself. We will get him help. It's going to be okay. I promise."
I could hear footsteps on the stairs again, and my mother moving away from the wall, the rattle of keys, and the door of her room opening. I stayed where I was, still and listening. "Get back to the window, Lisa." My father's voice was colder than before, dead and hardened.
I told you not to go out. Why did you lie to me?
You were pointing that fucking gun at me. She didn't cry anymore. Her words were clear, angry. I was scared. I didn't know what you would do if I told you. I didn't know what to say. I'd just seen... She faltered. Just seen out.
Stop. Tell me what happened today.
We went out. Like Evie told you. We went for a walk, David. A grown woman and her children went out for a walk. We're not fucking prisoners, are we? We're not.
I asked you not to. I've never asked anything of you since we've been together.
His voice strained, cracking as he spoke.
I never asked you to do anything for me. Change anything for me. Not ever. It was just this once. I needed you to trust me. One time. And follow the rules I gave you.
Why, David? Why? You order your family to follow these stupid rules, but you won't explain why? We thought you were losing your mind. All of us did. You've been so fucking strange since we got here. You won't tell me anything. I'm your wife, and you act like I'm some idiot who can't be told the truth.
Shut up!
His reply was so loud and sudden that I pulled away from the wall.
You don't have any idea. No idea what you've done.
Then tell me. Her voice changed, pleading, understanding. Tell me what's going on. You can tell me, David. We can...
Stop it. Stop changing the subject. What happened today? In the village?
Nothing, David. Nothing happened. We went to the local shop, but it was closed. Walked in the...
You got split up. The four of you.
Maria ran off. Was gone for 2 seconds. David, you know what she's like. She ran off and Evie went after her. When she couldn't catch her, we split up and found her. Something clattered on the floor.
Put them on,
he said.
There's a metal bar underneath the window. Around that.
What? Are you fucking serious?
Do it, Lisa.
I heard her moving. Then the sound of a chain, followed by a metallic snap. She started to speak again, but he was already leaving, locking the door behind him. He went to Maria, and a few minutes passed. Voices too quiet to understand. I thought I heard Maria crying, but I couldn't make out any words, and I was too afraid to move closer to listen. Then, more footsteps.
Evie.
My father in the hall.
Can you hear me?
Yes. My own voice wavered, coming out as a broken whisper.
I need you to stand away from the door. Back at the window, baby. Okay? I'm going to come in, but I need you to be standing there. You understand?
Uh-huh.
Speak properly, Evie. Say you understand. This is important.
I understand.
Do it now, honey. Okay?
I scrambled over to the glass on all fours and put my back against the ledge. For a second I saw the keyhole go dark and realized he was looking through it. Then the door unlocked and he came in, gun still raised and pointed at me. He had a pistol now as well. I caught a glimpse of it under his shirt, tucked into his belt. His other hand held a pair of handcuffs. He tossed them on the floor, and they skidded to my feet.
The metal bar behind you, Evie. Under the window. Put the cuffs around that bar, then clip them on your wrists.
I nodded, picking them up and trying to do as he asked.
You have to trust me, baby, okay? I've always protected you, haven't I? Always. I just need you to trust me.
The handcuffs clicked into place, and I tightened them as he instructed. Then he backed out again, and was gone. Through the window, a full moon flashed between the clouds. My breath steamed the glass, and the metal of the cuffs cut cold into my skin. All I could do was wait. That house was unusual in many ways, not simply its isolation or my father's fear of the place. Some of these things were small, details I didn't pick up at first, or thought nothing of, but not at all. With the exception of my parents' room, every door was thick, heavy, and locked with a key. Theirs only differed in having no keyhole, just an iron latch on the inside. As for the windows, none could be opened from either side, not on any floor. Those metal bars we put the cuffs around could be found under every one of these windows. The basement was filled with dusty, battered books we weren't allowed to read, and mouldy boxes we weren't allowed to look in. Then there was the attic. My brother had gotten a look inside before Dad sent him back downstairs. It was filled with weapons, Ryan had told me. Old rifles and pistols and crossbows, marked and faded with rust and wear. Every part of the house seemed to be wasting away, decaying like a carcass stripped to the bones. It felt like somewhere you hid from life, not somewhere you lived. There was a story that only my father knew, and it was a story he would never tell. When he returned, he went to my mother first. I shuffled as close to the wall as I could to listen.
I've checked every part of this house to be certain,
he was saying.
No one else is in here. No one else could have got in. It's impossible. That's how this place was built. I know that as well as anyone. I survived here for 16 fucking years. My mother's replies were quiet now, barely audible. You're sick, David. You need help. This, all of this, it's insane. What you are doing here, to your family, our girls, our son, Ryan. Our son, David. This is insane. Whoever done it is in this house, Lisa. You understand? Do you get that?
He went on as if he hadn't heard her.
One of the four of us. It could be you, you see? It could be you who...
His voice broke for a second.
We will find out when the sun comes up.
What are you talking about? Please, David. Please, this is fucking...
I couldn't have ever told you. You would have thought I was crazy. Left me. Taken the kids. I tried to stay away from this place, but you wouldn't listen. Didn't leave me any choice, did you? I should have known better. I did. I did know better. But I still made the wrong decision.
I could hear the waver in his speech. Grief and pain and desperation. David.
They aren't like people think.
He snapped suddenly, cutting her off.
They are patient. Easier to stop in some ways. Much, much harder in others. They need to catch you alone. We are safe when we are inside, or together. You see? Should never be alone. Especially not outside.
He paused for a moment, and I pressed closer to the wall.
The wounds don't even show. I know that. I remember. So you can't tell. Sometimes they don't even know what they are, Lisa. Like two minds in one body. Like a parasite inside. Waiting for its chance.
David. Her words were calm and focused. Listen to me. I don't understand what you are saying. I can't understand. But we can get help. Please. Whatever it is, whatever is wrong, we can fix it. Put down the gun. Let us go and call for help. We can go home. We can.
No. It's too late for that. Too late. If you'd done what I asked, just done what I asked, it wouldn't have to be this way. But you never listened to me. Never.
I heard movement, then the door, and lock again. He went to my sister's room, and a minute later came to me. He was pale and soaked in sweat, bottom lip cracked and bleeding.
Evie, I have to do this, honey. Okay? To keep you safe. To keep us all safe. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I'm so sorry. But we have to do this. They can hide away from crosses and questions. But the light always hurts them. At least a little. So then, we will know.
I think I must have slept eventually. The sounds of my father pacing the hall, the occasional shouts of my mother, they all faded as the empty hours passed. I used my feet to pull down a cover and pull it around me as best I could. I thought about my brother. Was he hurt? Mum had wanted to call the police, call an ambulance. Why wouldn't Dad do that? What had happened? Ryan couldn't be dead. Not my brother. He couldn't be. I watched the forest through the dark window, its glass now touched with frost. Watched for so long I didn't know if I was awake or in a dream. The wind sighed and moved, and the shadows followed. And those dark shapes between the trees could have been figures or branches, or nothing at all.
Morning was close. As the hours passed, I thought I could hear a scraping sound from my mother's room. Very faint, only growing louder when my father went downstairs to the toilet. When he returned, she began shouting on him again, loud and sudden. He ignored her for a minute. Then, realizing she wasn't going to stop, strode to her room. I heard the lock turning, the creak of the hinges. Then it began. Rapid footsteps, followed by a cry. Something striking flesh, and a person falling, or more than one. My mother cursing and metal hitting the floor. I had sat up, every muscle tensed. I could hear her breathing heavily, moving around the room, lifting and dragging a heavy object. In seconds she was at my door, unlocking it and pulling it open, saying my name. She had the shotgun under her arm and keys in hand. She took off my cuffs. Then we were moving together to my sister's room. As I waited for her to open the door, I looked into Ryan's room. My father was on the floor, blood flowing from an ugly wound on the side of his head. Beside him lay the metal bar from under the window frame. I could see the holes in the plaster where my mother had worked it out during the night. He groaned, and I grabbed my mother's arm to warn her. Shit. She cursed as she stepped past me, then pulled over the door and locked my dad inside. A minute later, we had my sister and were headed downstairs. As we reached the steps, I heard my father calling our names and slamming against the door. We didn't stop, taking the stairs as fast as we could, clinging to each other. As we reached the ground floor, my mother gave a sharp intake of breath and pulled us both in towards her, turning our faces away from whatever was there. Another slam came from above us, my father's cries echoing down the stairwell. Close your eyes for me, both of you. Hold on to me, and we will go together. Keep them closed. Don't open them till I say, okay? Don't look. We stumbled down those final few steps as she held us, guiding us forward. A crash from above made her flinch, but we kept moving. Go, go, almost there. We were in the lounge when I looked again. I saw the hallway to the front door and broke into a run, letting go of my mother's arm. Almost there, I thought. I didn't realize how quiet it had gotten until I stopped. The sounds of movement, my mother's voice, the shouts from above, all gone. I turned and found myself alone. Mum? Maria? I started to walk back. I couldn't imagine going without them. Mum? I called again. And then I saw them, laying together on the ground. Mum pale and motionless on her back. Maria was crouched over her, face buried against her neck. My sister looked up at me and smiled, teeth and lips black with blood. There was a ragged, open wound in our mum's throat. A gunshot rang out, a sudden thunder in the cold silence. Maria's body spun and fell across my mother, a thin trail of blood raining down across the dusty floor. I cried out, but I was frozen in place, too shaken and frightened to move. I could see my father, swaying, blood in hair and on his clothes, pistol in his hand, still aimed at my sister's body. Then she started to get up. Her tiny frame rose in jerking, unnatural movements, more like a broken puppet than the girl I knew. She made it to her feet and turned towards him, her head hanging bloody and limp, but still smiling. "Daddy?" He fired again, and the bullet struck her in the chest, knocking her back to the ground. I scrambled away into a corner, eyes closed and ears covered. Another shot, then another. For a few moments there was nothing but the dark and my heartbeat, flashing images I couldn't push away. When I opened my eyes and took my hands from my ears, it was over. My father walked towards the still bodies of his wife and youngest child. His feet dragged, arms hanging limp at his sides. The gun fell from his hand and clattered across the wooden floor. He seemed to collapse as he went, falling down to them, making only wordless sounds of loss. I watched him there in the weak light, shaking and weeping over them, over the ruins of his life, broken and emptied of everything but grief. A pain for which no words will suffice. I don't remember getting up, walking to him. I touched his arm, and he saw me at last, and pulled me close. The stench of sweat and blood and horror across us both. A wound that could never heal, only fester and burn. Outside, the sun was rising. I loved my father, even there at the end. He tried so hard to protect us, to keep us safe. But when humans are afraid, they miss the simplest things. They make mistakes. Like thinking my sister was the only one. Man, I couldn't believe what I saw on the news yesterday. I was just chilling at work, flipping through the channels on the TVs we had at the store. The news hit me like a freight train. My wife, Jessica, and our 3 kids were apparently gone. A car accident, they said. I sat there, frozen, as the newscaster rattled off their names. My heart sank, and my whole world crumbled right there. My co-workers tried to comfort me, saying things like, "I'm so sorry, Jimmy," and "if there's anything we can do." But, honestly, nothing could fill the void that news had punched into my gut. I appreciated their efforts, though. It was a tough day, and I just couldn't shake off the feeling that I'd lost everything. Night fell, and I went home to an empty, cold house. The silence was deafening. I crawled into bed, praying it was all just a messed up nightmare. I mean, how could I face a world without Jessica's laughter or the kids' never-ending energy? Morning came, and I swear I heard noises echoing throughout the house. Confused, I followed the sound, and, to my disbelief, found my whole family there. Jessica greeted me with a smile. The kids were at the table, talking about their next camping trip. It was like the news had never happened. My emotions were all over the place, from despair to an overwhelming joy that filled the void I thought was permanent. I had to make sure. Maybe it was just a coincidence. I hurried to my laptop, opened it up, and searched for yesterday's news. And there it was. The same names, the same identities. Titled, Death of a Mother and 3 Kids. My heart sank again. Jimmy, breakfast is ready for you. You've got to head to work soon. Jessica called from the kitchen. I stood there, baffled. The doubt crept in like a shadow, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe it was all a weird coincidence, but my mind refused to let go of the idea that my family might not be as alive as they seemed. I decided to go to work, thinking maybe it was just a mix-up in the news. But those strange doubts lingered in the back of my mind, casting a shadow over the happiness that had briefly warmed my heart. I couldn't shake the feeling that reality was playing tricks on me, and my life was turning into some bizarre puzzle with missing pieces. I couldn't shake off the weird vibes that lingered from the morning. My co-workers acted like the news of my family's demise never even happened. Greetings were casual. Conversations were normal. It was surreal. I decided to approach Dan, my closest co-worker, who witnessed my grief just yesterday. Hey, Dan, did you know that my family passed away yesterday? I asked, my voice filled with uncertainty. Dan stared at me, confusion etched on his face.
Is this some kind of sick joke to you, Jimmy?
He responded. I pressed on, mentioning the news about the mother and 3 kids. Dan acknowledged the local news, but questioned if it was all part of a prank. Frustrated, I cut the conversation short, realizing I was getting nowhere. Doubts continued to cloud my mind throughout the day. Was it all a sick joke? Or was there something more sinister at play? After work, I spotted Jessica walking alone on the streets. An unusual behavior for her. My curiosity piqued. I decided to follow her discreetly, like a shadow in the night. The journey led us 3 miles away from the city, where she stumbled upon a small, eerie shed in the middle of the forest. She looked around cautiously before entering. I remained vigilant, lurking in the shadows, my heart pounding. As I cautiously stepped into the shed, I noticed a dark entrance leading underground. A cold shiver ran down my spine, as if an ominous face warned me against proceeding. Despite the terrifying sensation, I couldn't resist the urge to discover the truth. Was my family really alive? Or was there something darker at play? The choice loomed before me. Enter the foreboding darkness, or walk away from the unsettling discovery that awaited. I stood there, torn between the fear of the unknown and the desperate need for answers. The shed held secrets, and the decision to uncover them weighed heavily on my shoulders. Days passed, and I found solace in the seemingly normal routine of family life. The kids, engrossed in a Disney movie, brought a genuine smile to my face. The warmth of our home enveloped me. Yet, a lingering fear and doubt persisted in the depths of my mind. Curiosity gnawed at me, and I couldn't help but question the kids about their mother's whereabouts. They nonchalantly mentioned she had gone to the grocery store for dinner ingredients. As if on cue, Jessica walked in, a bag of groceries in hand. A kiss on the cheek, a warm greeting. It was all so normal. She headed to the kitchen, and the aroma of cooking filled the air, just like any other day. I convinced myself that maybe avoiding the investigation into the mysterious entrance was the right decision. I have a family that is alive, and they are the same as they were before. That's good enough for me, I reassured myself. The days rolled by in a haze of happiness, spent with my seemingly resurrected family. Despite the moments of joy, the thought of the secret entrance lingered like a shadow. The internal struggle persisted, and I questioned if I should venture back into the unknown, risking everything I had regained. My family is alive, and that's all that matters, I repeated to myself every morning, as if trying to drown out the nagging doubts. The routine became a shield against the unsettling thoughts that plagued me. Unable to keep it to myself any longer, I decided to seek advice from the vast, anonymous realm of the internet. I've crafted this post on a various number of platforms, pouring out my story to faceless strangers. I am asking for your opinion, wondering if I should take the plunge into the mysterious underground, or cherish the happiness I have found with my family. I now wait, expecting my responses to be offering a different perspective. Some may urge caution, emphasizing the joy I have at this present moment. Some might fuel my curiosity, pushing me to uncover the truth that lay beneath the surface. The waiting game has left me more conflicted than ever, torn between the safety of my newfound happiness and the relentless curiosity that claws at my mind. So, people, should I be happy with what I have, or investigate the truth? I've been in therapy for the last 30 years of my life. My therapist says that it's helpful and cathartic to share your life experiences with others. It helps you process your emotions and recognize them as a real and tangible thing. Truth be told, I don't want to talk about this shit. Because that's what it is. Just shit. Constantly weighing me down and having a pungent and nasty sense of guilt in my mind. But I'll share my experience with you. I came from a very conservative home. We didn't believe in anything odd. We were churchgoers, and we didn't practice anything outside of what we believed. So, I never had Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny in my life. Why does that matter? Because I want you to understand that I never believed in anything extraordinary. My life was very simple and normal. I didn't believe in fairy tales, fantasies, or made-up nonsense. But that didn't matter. I came face to face with it, in due time. I got married to my husband in the mid-80s. He was a farm boy who had worked a dairy operation his whole life, and we were set up on a blind date by some friends. That kind of stuff doesn't happen very often these days. I wanted to go to school to be a teacher. I wanted to do something with my life. But that wasn't how it happened. Instead, I became the farmer's wife, and I lived in the country with my husband. The only things for me to do were the chores, cooking, and lots of homemaking. Eventually, I became pregnant with our first child, Jessica. She was born in 1989, and she was my entire world. I adored being her mother. It was wonderful. So what's so terrible about any of this? Well, nothing, of course. But our lives changed soon enough. It started about a week after Jessica's 5th birthday. The first thing we saw were the lights in the windows. We never could quite pin down when exactly it was happening, but intermittently throughout the night, these large beams of light would penetrate the windows of our house. Bob would go outside and look everywhere to see what in the hell had been causing these lights, but he could never find it. We thought that maybe some punk teenagers were running their cars through the fields, but we never found any tire tracks or any indication that anyone or anything had been nearby. Then, Jessica's kindergarten teacher contacted us with some concerns. Jessica had been doing well, but she continued to draw pictures that disturbed her classmates and her teacher. I still have copies of the drawings. In almost every one of Jessica's pictures from that year, she had drawn herself next to 2 to 3 skinny and long figures. The drawings were crude and not easy to decipher, but for all intents and purposes, the figures were usually tall, greyish or black-skinned, had red eyes, and were almost always depicted with an arm around or on Jessica. It freaked me the fuck out. She wouldn't stop drawing these damn things. I would ask her over and over again what she was drawing, and I'd get the same reply. They're helpers, Mummy. Helpers? What in the hell were they helping? Or who? I would try to ask more pointed questions, but I always got the limited responses. They help people, Mummy. Those are helpers. They come to help. I took Jessica to a couple different child psychologists. I talked to mental health providers. I would just get the same kind of answers. She's creating characters for herself to have as friends. She's expressing her imagination through art. This is normal in childhood development. Okay, sure. But did these drawings have to look so damn creepy? After some time, the drawings did become less frequent. Jessica didn't talk about the helpers quite as often as she used to, although once in a while it would come up. But Bob and I were not prepared for the worst news of our lives. It came shortly after Jessica's 8th birthday. Our little girl had leukemia. Cancer. I didn't know what to do or say at the time. I couldn't fathom how God could let something terrible like this happen. I was angry, and I was upset. We took Jessica to the best doctors. We made sure she got the best care possible. But she wasn't getting any better. My little girl was getting weaker and sicker as the months went by. We eventually decided to bring Jessica home. We didn't know how much time she had left, and we just wanted to be with her. Then, the incident happened. I woke up in a cold sweat in the middle of the night one evening, and the whole house was lit up in a bright light. There was a very low hum of noise that reverberated through the entire house. I could hear ringing in my ears, and I felt disoriented. But my motherly instincts led me to my daughter's bedroom. When I got there, I immediately froze in fear. There were 2 things, and they were standing over my daughter. I can't explain accurately what I saw to you, because nothing in our world resembles what I saw. Tall, dark in color, glowing red eyes. But I do know that these things gave me the sense that they were intelligent, and I didn't know what they wanted. I had been standing there, immobile and phased out, until I saw my daughter slowly start to hover above her bed. Yes, she was hovering in the air. I freaked out and started screaming at the top of my lungs. The reaction was instantaneous. My daughter began to cry, and her emotion noticeably affected the things there in the room. About this time, my husband came running into the room and had seen what was happening. He ran down the hall, and before long, he was aiming his 12-gauge shotgun at whatever the hell these things were in the room. I remember the low hum in the room being replaced by the echoing blast of Bob's shotgun. Then, a high-pitched shriek coming from the thing he had shot. A spew of greenish liquid went flying toward the corner of the room and burned a hole into the floor as it landed. This was instantly followed by what I can only describe as the loudest blast of noise that I have ever heard in my life. It hurt my ears so badly that I shut my eyes and fell to the floor in a fetal position, holding my arms over my head. I didn't know how long I was in that position, but eventually the noise was gone, and I was able to get up. Bob was on the floor trying to recover himself, and Jessica was in her bed, crying and sobbing uncontrollably. Somehow, it had become morning, and the night had mysteriously gone. I can't explain this experience any more than what I just did. To my best recollection, that's what happened. We never talked about it after that day. At least, not for a long time. Unfortunately, a month later, we lost our precious Jessica. Bob and I stayed together for one more year, but it was all too much. We divorced. It wasn't until years later that I realized what happened. We fucked up. Bob and I ruined everything. Jessica had always called them helpers. I didn't understand it until I finally began to explore my experience. I started attending UFO conferences, connecting with enthusiasts that followed extraterrestrial activity. I even talked to a few college professors. Whatever had happened years ago wasn't nefarious. They came to help me, to help my daughter. They may have been able to cure her cancer. Their science and technology was most certainly more advanced than ours. I've lived with these feelings for years. I've talked to so many people. I spent several nights during the week thinking about how things could have been different. This is what I do now. My husband and I acted out of fear. My daughter tried to tell me what was going to happen. I never took what she meant to be the truth. Now, I live with the horror of knowing that I helped stop that one thing that may have saved my daughter. It really freaked me out when I discovered the first one. Not that it doesn't now, but the first was a massive shock to the system. I mean, who wouldn't be downright horrified at the sight of a dead girl dangling from a tree branch? The one who put her there, that's who. I was 18 when I came across the mutilated corpse. That day will always stick out in my mind. It was ground zero, the catalyst for the demented circus act that my life would devolve into. Little did I know, it would all be downhill from there.
Cheer up, dude. Being held back isn't the end of the world.
It just means you get more opportunities to hit on that cute sophomore you've been crushing on. Jacob smirked, nudging my arm. I sighed. It's not the end of the world, but it might as well be. While all of you get to prance across that stage, I'll be stuck, shoveling shit in the pig pen. Jacob stayed silent. A breeze swept through the air, rustling the crisp brown and yellow leaves that littered the ground. He knew I was right. I was the farmer's son, and my father viewed me as nothing more than free labor. An otherwise useless, good-for-nothing piece of equipment to be tossed to the curb once I lost my value. And with how abhorrent my grades were, I wasn't exactly proving him wrong. I mean, look on the bright side. Maybe you can... Jacob trailed off, and I nearly bumped into him. What gives, man? You can't just stop right in front of me like that. I grumbled, beginning to step around him. Jacob suddenly reached out and grabbed my arm. A pang of fear jolted through my chest. Jacob was a thin, bony boy with less muscle than SpongeBob SquarePants. Nevertheless, he maintained a grip so tight around my wrist that I thought it might snap. Before I could ask him what in the world he thought he was doing, he pointed to a tree in a nearby clearing. That's when I noticed the body. My heart plummeted into my stomach. Adrenaline surged through my veins as my fight or flight began to kick in. Though every synapse in my brain screamed at me to run, I found myself glued to the spot. Grayson? Is that what I think it is? Jacob muttered, shattering my morbid reverie. I'm pretty sure. What do we do? Should we call the cops? How has no one seen it by now? I'm gonna get a closer look, Jacob murmured as he started to trudge toward the suspended remains. I debated on leaving. I wanted to put as much distance between me and that gruesome scene as I possibly could. But in the end, my curiosity won out. I can't believe I'm doing this, I mumbled, trotting to catch up to my friend. We continued to walk through the open field until we stood directly in front of it. I don't know why, but I hadn't expected the smell. The putrid stench of rot and decay swam into my nostrils well before we reached the cadaver. It nearly made me gag from how overpowering it was. Once we were right up on it, I was really able to drink in its features. The deceased was a woman. It made me nauseous the way her corpse was softly swaying in the wind. Thin, black hair clung to her blood-spattered nightgown. I think it was white at one time, but the fabric had degraded to a deep yellow. Her brittle, pallid appendages hung limply, never to regain mobility again. But worst of all was her face. The woman's pale blue eyes were bulging from her skull. Dried blood trailed from the sockets, down her cheeks, and eventually pulled at the noose, secured tightly around her neck. That was what really got me. Her eyes. I could still see the pain and fear behind each of her protruding irises, and my heart absolutely shattered for her. I couldn't stand to look any longer. Jacob, I'm calling the police. We shouldn't be here. What if the killer is hiding nearby? He turned to me, mouth still slightly agape. Yeah, the cops. You're right. Let's go. Jacob and I returned to the sidewalk where we'd first noticed the woman, while I dialed 911. The phone rang for longer than it should have before the operator's voice cut through the line. 911, what is your emergency? The woman sounded exhausted, like years upon years of 2 packs a day were whittling down her lung capacity. Hi. Yes, I found a dead body. Can you send someone to, I don't know, take her to the morgue, I guess? What is your location? Emergency services will be en route momentarily. Coming up on the intersection of Maple Road and Cherry Street. Please, hurry, The operator suddenly cleared her throat, effectively cutting me off. Pardon me, but you said the intersection of Maple Road and Cherry Street, yes? My brows furrowed. The lady on the other end of the line had dropped her reassuring facade. She sounded almost accusatory. Yeah, that's right. Sir, please continue to go about your day. Nothing is out of the ordinary at the intersection of Cherry and Maple. Services will not be dispatched. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Everything was normal. I'd just seen a fucking lynching victim with my own 2 eyes, and the operator was telling me that this was normal. No, maybe you misheard me. I said there's a dead body. I need you to send someone. The line was silent for a tense moment, before the woman's voice cut back over my phone speaker. Please do not submit a false report again, or you will face legal repercussions. Have a nice day. This isn't a joke. Hello? My persistence did no good. The operator hung up on me. So what did they say? Are they sending someone? Jacob asked, gazing up at me expectantly. No, actually, I said, lowering the phone from my ear. They told me nothing was wrong. I was left in complete shock for the remainder of the day. If the police wouldn't take me seriously, that left me little choice but to go home and try to erase it from my memory. But I just couldn't. The image of that woman's lifeless corpse was permanently seared into my brain. I felt like I owed it to her to find justice. Or, at the very least, someone to give her a proper burial. Grayson, dinner, Mum shouted. I'll be there in a second, I yelled back, gently placing the last of the freshly laid eggs into my basket. The one good thing about being an involuntary farmhand, it helped keep my mind occupied. At least it was good for something. I silently joined my parents at the table. Mum set a plateful of meatloaf and mashed potatoes before me. Normally, I would have demolished it. But in light of what I'd witnessed earlier that day, I didn't know if my appetite would ever come back. Why aren't you eating, honey? You've barely touched your potatoes. Is something wrong? Mum asked, a twinge of concern percolating her words. Yeah. So, this is gonna sound crazy, but...
Spit it out, boy.
Dad interjected through a mouthful of food. I saw a dead body today. My parents locked eyes with one another. Dad gulped down his food, but he didn't motion to take another bite. Mum stared silently at him, sweat beading on her brow. That was probably nothing, just a leftover display from Halloween. Mum chuckled nervously.
Your mother is right,
Dad affirmed, flashing me a toothy grin.
It was probably just a figment of your imagination. No need for concern.
The fork trembled in his grasp as he stabbed a slab of meatloaf. Don't worry about finishing dinner. You can be excused if you're not hungry, Mum said, that anxious smile still plastered to her face. Thanks. I'm gonna take you up on that offer. I scooted my chair out from the table and returned to my duties. I didn't want to spend any more time around my folks that evening. They were acting strange, and I didn't like it one bit. Trepidation bubbled in my gut as Jacob and I walked to school. The trip was marred by a tense, uneasy silence. Then, Jacob said what was on both of our minds. Grayson, do you think she'll still be there? I sure hope not, I said, keeping my eyes locked to the ground. We each subconsciously held our breaths as we approached the clearing. I prayed that the woman would be gone. My heart palpitated wildly in my chest, blood rushing in my ears. I clenched my eyes shut as we came into view. And there it was. A grass clearing sat before us. Daisies and dandelions swayed among the lush, green blades. I peered beyond it, into the trees. I suddenly grew lightheaded. She was still there. The woman's lifeless, decaying corpse hung from the rope. Those horrible, unblinking eyes, visible even from our distance. I felt like I was going to be sick. The cops had completely ignored my call. Without warning, Jacob took off in a dead sprint. I gave chase, my legs pumping as fast as they could. We ran and we ran, all the way until we'd reached the school. I didn't even need to ask Jacob why he'd done it. I was probably going to do the same eventually. I couldn't focus for the remainder of the day. The hands on the clock seemed to tick by in slow motion. I couldn't stop thinking about her. Those bulging, desperate eyes. I couldn't escape them. After the longest day of my life, I again found myself by Jacob's side, walking home. We didn't say anything to each other. We just kept going, dreading the encounter that we knew would come. We gradually approached the clearing. I couldn't do it. Not again. But I had to. It was like a train wreck. Something so demented and screwed up that you just can't bring yourself to look away. Alright, man. I'm gonna run the rest of the way. Your call if you want to come with, Jacob said, already turning away from me. Go ahead. I'll join you in a second, I muttered, wondering if I was making the right decision. Suit yourself, Jacob retorted, averting his gaze from the field before jogging past. This was it. The last time. One more look, and I'd never peer into those woods again. I was done. That's what I told myself, at least. I stilled my resolve, and quickly glanced at the tree that I'd previously seen the woman hanging from. I immediately regretted it. I bent over and lost my lunch all over the dried leaves littering the ground. Because when I glanced up at that tree, the woman wasn't alone. There was a man dangling from the branch opposite her, connected to the bow from an almost identical noose. His eyes mirrored the woman's. Two fear-struck, bloodied orbs just jutting from his head. Congealed, viscous liquid oozing down his neck. I couldn't take it any longer. I sprinted after Jacob and didn't stop until I reached my house. What was going on? Were the cops working with a serial killer? Even if they were, why wouldn't they at least come pick up the bodies? Fortunately, I'd never received the answer to some of those questions. Some, but not all. It didn't stop with those two. Bodies began appearing in trees at an alarming rate. And they weren't just confirmed to the clearing anymore. The dead were popping up everywhere. In the big oak by the library. In the maple tree in front of Town Hall. Hell, a dead man even showed up hanging from the beech tree on the school's front lawn. Only once was it ever anyone I recognized. I knew Kent Taylor. He was the owner of a little diner off Main Street. He was one of the nicest men I'd ever met. Needless to say, when his body appeared swinging from a rope on my walk home, I burst into tears. He didn't deserve that. None of them did. I desperately wanted to get to the bottom of the whole thing. But what could I do? No one was willing to talk about it, and the police were utterly useless. I tried to contact them multiple times, but in the end, I was given a warning for submitting a false report. I was caught between a rock and a hard place. So, left with seemingly no other option, I turned a blind eye. Obviously, I was terrified beyond belief, but I think we all were. Everyone seemed on edge, like we were all anticipating something that none of us wanted to acknowledge. Time marched slowly by, agonizingly so. Each day felt longer than its predecessor. Still, after what seemed like an eternity, the day finally came. Jacob's graduation. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within me as I sat and watched my classmates walk across the stage. Huge, content grins were plastered across their faces, the light in their eyes burning brightly. It should have been me up there accepting my diploma. It wasn't fair that all my peers got to escape this hellhole, while I was forced to endure it for another year. It just wasn't. I waved as Jacob accepted his diploma from the dean. He beamed back at me, not a worry in the world. Though jealousy burned inside me like a hot iron, I managed to suppress it. I wished so badly that I could have adopted Jacob's same carefree attitude, even just for a moment. Now, I'm not so sure. Once the ceremony was complete, I swam through the crowd to meet my friend. Just a quick congratulations, and I'd be on my way. No point in sticking around any longer. Jacob, congrats, buddy, I said, clasping him on the shoulder. He reciprocated my greeting with a warm smile. Thank you, Gray. I really appreciate you coming. I would have understood if you wanted to stay home and have to pick up crusty cow patties. Hell no. I wouldn't miss this for the world. Jacob chuckled, his grin growing even wider. Even if I was consumed by envy, that didn't make me any less proud of him. It really does mean a lot to me. More than you know. Heck, I might even miss this place a little bit because of you. He quipped, drawing a smile to my own face. I lightly slugged him in the arm. Oh, who are you kidding? You and I both know that won't happen. Remind me again, where are you running off to this summer? Landed an internship at Prentice Financial. I'll be going to Boston for a couple months, remember? Ah, yeah. I do remember you telling me that now. Live it up for the both of us, man. And try not to forget about me, okay? It's gonna be real lonely around here without you, you know. Me? Forget about you. Wouldn't dream of it, he said, shooting me a wink. 2 weeks from that day, Jacob was scheduled to fly out. I didn't get to see him off, but I wished him the best. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary at first, not until he started ignoring my texts. I thought that maybe he'd just been busy with the move. I mean, it's stressful to leave the place you've called home for your entire life and start anew. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I should have listened to my gut. It was another 3 days before I found him. Dad had sent me to the corner store to pick up some salt when I happened to glance up at the tree overshadowing the old-timey little shop. I will never forget what I saw. Jacob's lifeless corpse stared back at me. His eyes bulged from his skull, and tiny rivulets of dried blood streamed down his cheeks. My heart shattered and simultaneously began to race in my chest. Jacob, my best friend in the entire world, was strung up like a puppet, and not a single soul acknowledged him. I dropped to my knees and wept. I cried and cried, ignoring strange looks from passers-by. It wasn't right. Jacob never hurt a fly. He didn't deserve to die. Not like that. I stood back up, with a newfound rage bubbling within me. I was going to find out who did this to him, and I was going to make them pay. I abandoned the salt on the sidewalk. I didn't care what Dad would say. He can get his own damn salt if he needed it so badly. I continued on my warpath, straight to the only place that I knew I could find some answers. Jacob's house. I knocked furiously on the front door, anger simmering over all the while. Jacob's parents would tell me something. They had to. Jacob's mother answered the door. Her eyes were puffy and sullen, like she'd been crying for days on end. I couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Her only son was brutally murdered, and the police didn't give two shits about it. That extinguished my ire, just a bit. Miss Allen, please don't blow me off. I need to know. Who did this to him? And why? Tears began to cloud my vision. The reality of my grim discovery still hadn't fully set in. Did what? To whom? She replied. Her voice was defeated and hoarse. She was hiding something. You know who. Jacob. Your son. I found his body by the corner store. Please, Miss Allen, please tell me who did this. Jacob? No. Jacob is in Boston. He's an intern. My boy is doing just fine. She replied despondently, staring into space. Jacob is not fine. Please, you have to— It was nice of you to stop by, Grayson. Tell your parents we said hello. And with that, the door shut in my face. It's been 2 days since then. I have a theory, and I'm going to test it. I have to know. For Jacob's sake. I think whoever is doing this is killing anyone who tries to leave. So tonight, I'm going to find out for myself if that's true. I've got a cousin who lives in a major city. She said it's okay if I crash at her place for a while. Either I'm going to get out of here, or I'm going to die trying. I'm going to take my dad's pickup truck and pray that it doesn't give out on me. I'm posting this in case I don't make it out. Please heed my warning. If you drive through a town called Walnut Valley in northern Kentucky, don't stick around. Because if you do, you might not make it out alive. Well, my name is Ivan. I'm an anthropology student who grew up in North America, listening to mysterious stories from my grandfather, an immigrant from the former Soviet Union. His house always exuded an enigmatic atmosphere, filled with memories and peculiar objects from that distinct nation. My family immigrated from the USSR decades ago. But my grandfather carried with him a baggage of skepticism and a story that he'd held dearly. Despite being an 86-year-old, he is still a strong and skeptical man. He always made a point to discredit and sometimes even mock certain beliefs. whether they were folklore or political ideologies. He used to say that ideologies were the mythology of a man who thought himself intelligent. However, there was one specific legend he dared not joke about, or even mention. I recall a time when my older cousin Nicholas casually mentioned the name of that creature as a joke during a family gathering at my grandfather's house, only to receive a stern reprimand. After that incident, we never spoke of it again, neither at my grandfather's house nor at any other family gathering. I'm sharing this for a reason. He told me about it during our last visit. We have a close relationship, and I often visit him. Not to brag, and I pray that neither Nicholas nor any of the others see this, but I am his favorite. He always tells me how much I resemble him when he was my age, and I receive many gifts from him. This time, however, I was visiting him with a purpose. In college, we were studying Slavic culture, the differences in the development of Eastern and Western Europe, and who better to talk to about it than my old Soviet grandfather. I called him, asking if he was free, and we arranged to have coffee in the afternoon. He prefers climates that remind him of home: snow, mountains. Therefore, he lives near Aspen, Colorado. It's about a 2-hour drive until you spot his castle, by which I mean a wooden cabin he built himself. It's a charming place, to say the least. We talked for a long time, losing track of how late it had become. He shared stories of happy days, his childhood running through the streets of Moscow, his beloved babushka, the monks distributing bread in the city. Due to my young age, he didn't provide many details about the war, since he remembers very little. His father was a radio operator, and his mother a seamstress. He had a good education, learning to read early, with early exposure to his favorite authors, Dostoevsky and Nietzsche. His stories filled more than 10 pages, and while I'd love to share them, they don't fit the purpose of this occasion. I'm here to report what happened next. I glanced at the clock and almost jumped backward. It was almost 9 p.m., and it was really late. I grabbed my coat from the bench, saying I was leaving. He didn't even say goodbye. I thought he hadn't heard. But upon opening the door to go to my car and seeing the snow falling heavily, rapidly increasing in level, I returned and found his sarcastic smile. "Ivan," he said, "you'll have to spend the night here, lad. It's not safe to hit the road in these conditions." The old man was right, and I believe he was also happy to have some company. Since my grandmother passed away, he feels quite lonely, so I was also glad to keep him company. He made a batch of black bread and borscht for us to eat. While he poured the hot soup, he looked outside, closed the curtains, and sat in his armchair, more solemn this time. "Ivan," he said, "you come here wanting to know about my history, but there's something I left out. There are reasons why I didn't talk about it, but look, I'm getting old. don't have much time left, and I need to tell someone. Don't say that, Grandpa, I replied, referring to his earlier remark about not having much time. You're so fit that you could outlive us all. We laughed. But now, seriously, he continued, I need to tell you what made me leave my country and start a life here. The following account is a transcription of my grandfather's words. I can't vouch for its accuracy, but if a man as skeptical as him asserts it with such certainty, God, what might exist out there without our knowledge? I was around 25 when it happened. You must remember that I was a metallurgical worker, strong and full of vigor at the time. As a result, I enjoyed nights socializing with factory comrades, getting drunk, and going out with girls. He looked at the icon on his table, as if reflecting, regretting past indulgences. That night, I hadn't been drinking. I was too busy trying to win over a German beauty at the bar. My friends left while I was still talking to her, attempting to convince her to come to my place. She left soon after, leaving my night to end sober and alone. A true loss. He chuckled. Without the comfort of vodka to warm my thoughts, I had no choice but to walk home. Public transport, already scarce, had ceased its operation at that hour, and vagabonds roamed the streets. If a cop caught you, well, you better have a really good excuse. I must have walked about 2 blocks after leaving the bar, when, turning into a narrow alley, I came across it. His gaze was uneasy, as was his voice and the swallow in his throat. It was a slender thing, pale, leaning over a guy I didn't know, but God rest his soul. The man's coat was stained with blood, a large hole in the fabric, revealing a side wound. The thing seemed to be draining the crimson liquid oozing from the wound. I took a few steps back, but it was too late. The devil's spawn had seen me, looked at me while growling, and its eyes were so bright. His hand holding the coffee cup was trembling. I turned around to start running, but I could hear its agile footsteps behind me. Glancing back, I saw it running on all 4s, like an animal. I could see my door just over 50 meters away, when it pounced on me, knocking me down. I turned and saw its deformed face a few inches from mine. It growled, while its iron-like breath flooded my nostrils. The creature seemed prepared to make me its victim, just like the previous man. But upon opening my coat, it encountered my crucifix. He clutched the crucifix around his neck, a constant companion since I can remember. For a brief moment, the creature hesitated, fell backward, and I, not being a fool, continued running. I almost broke down my door with the speed I rushed at it. I could see the beast regaining composure and coming, this time more furious. I had already entered, but there was no way to close the door before it arrived. It was a few meters away when it stopped, out of nowhere. It stared at me. My legs wobbled. It circled for a few moments and then left. I closed the door while breathing heavily, collapsing into the armchair, utterly incapable of standing. My breath condensed into dense, wet clouds when a quick, subtle knock on my door made me jump. It repeated once, followed by a female voice. "Hey, Mika, it's me." It was the voice of the German girl from the bar. "There's something out here. I'm so scared. Let me in." I couldn't move, just mumbled, "The door is open." And I can only credit God for putting those words on my lips. Grandpa made the sign of the cross. Her knock was louder this time. "Can I come in?" Her voice was more restless now. Not just scared, but even impatient. I said the door is open, didn't I? I walked to the peephole. There she was. It was indeed the girl, but gradually, as she heard me approaching, her strange smile grew. Her canine teeth enlarged, while her nose retracted in a strange and elevated manner. He avoided explicitly mentioning the term vampire, as I mentioned earlier, but every detail painted the image of a bloodthirsty creature. "You can't come in." She knocked so hard that it nearly knocked the door off its place. I jumped back. She knocked harder, nearly taking the door off its hinges. "Get out of here, demon!" I shouted. "You can't hide forever, Mikhail," she said, turning around. "I know where to find you." Well, I guess you can imagine why I moved here. I fled 2 days later, afraid that something would happen to me. I came here, where I met your grandmother, and things couldn't have worked out better than they did. I was processing that for a while. I expected a laugh at the end, a proclamation that it was just a joke. But no. Those words were true. I wouldn't include them in my work, except as an urgent legend that my grandfather heard in his hometown. That's why I'm here to report what happened. We stared at the flames in silence after the story, while I digested everything that had occurred. Suddenly, a thump made me jump. A knock on the door. My grandfather chuckled. "Are you scared, lad? Relax. If it's one of those things, I have a bag of garlic in the kitchen." He laughed again to himself as he walked to the door. A muffled voice through layers of clothing sounded. "Hey, is anyone home? My car is stuck in the snow, and I can't go back home. Can I come in and use your phone?" My eyes met my grandfather's. What kind of twist of fate was this? I looked out the window. Someone in a thick orange coat, a scarf wrapped around the lower half of their face, and a beanie on their head. My grandfather opened the door. "Do you want to use my phone?" he said, stepping back. "Yes, please." The voice seemed clearer now, without a door in the middle. and she pulled the scarf slightly away from her mouth. My grandfather stared at her. I swear it won't take long. With a subtle movement, my old man had taken off his crucifix. The creature was now retreating. You're getting old, Mikhail. You won't stand there forever, she hissed as she moved away from the door and disappeared into the forest. That was the same girl from that night. My grandfather seemed somewhat affected. He tried to conceal it with his characteristic manner, but I noticed. He didn't let me leave until he was sure the sun covered the entire plain. I came home, constantly checking my rear view mirror and taking extra care when entering the house. It's been a few months since that happened, and I'm finally reporting it. 2 weeks after that encounter, he disappeared. Shortly afterward, presumed dead. Probably some animal got him, or his old age and confused mind made him lose his way. We'll never know. But I know one thing. My grandfather told me that for a reason. And if that thing crossed the ocean to reach him, how much time do I have before someone knocks on my door? No, this is not a joke. It's not that I'm not funny either. My mum thinks I'm hilarious, which is obviously an infallible testament to my abilities. This wasn't one of those situations where I started with a full crowd, and by the middle of my rant on airplane food, they all left, leaving me on stage, covered in tomatoes, and with a slightly more deflated ego. No. When I say I delivered my most recent set to an empty room, I mean it. That's literally what I had to do, from start to finish. That's what I was told to do. You want me to do what? I lowered my water bottle, staring up at the man who just delivered the news. Argyle, the event coordinator. The only way to describe Argyle is to say his parents made the right decision when naming him. With his frizzy red ponytail and hippie fit, he looked like he'd been booted off a concert tour in the 70s and survived on nothing but gas station food from that point onward. I said, Argyle repeated, crouching down next to the couch I was sprawled on. The boss man wants you to perform at 2 o'clock. What's the problem here? I frowned. What? But you said I could do 10 o'clock, right after McKinley finishes his gig. If you wanted me at 2 o'clock, why call me 5 fucking hours early? It's a last-minute change. Our usual guy, Spike Scotts. You know him. He's, let's just say he's unavailable, Argyle said. Which is why we're moving you over to fill his slot. Again, what's the problem? The problem? I sat up straight. Dude, the problem is that the club closes at 1:45. Who exactly am I performing for, if you guys kick everyone out by then? That's not for you to worry about. Right. Not having an audience definitely sounds like something I shouldn't be worrying about.
Listen, kid. Do you want your money or not? I'd consider $75 for the night to be pretty generous, considering you're only just starting out.
Argyle gave me a pointed look. Fuck you, Argyle. I rolled my eyes. Okay, you win. Make it an even $100 and I'll do it.
80.
No, 100.
85.
100.
90.
100. We ended up settling on 100. Jesus. The club must have really been desperate. I waited in the break room for 4 goddamn hours after Argyle left, watching as the other comedians and entertainers came and left, bidding me farewell when they did. And when the clock finally hit 1:45, the laughs and chatter slowly started to dissipate, until it was completely gone. Dead silence.
Hey, you ready?
It was Argyle. He stood by the door, a man purse hoisted over his shoulder. I got to my feet, ignoring the white-hot needles prickling at my legs as I did. Wait, dude, you're leaving? Argyle raised his eyebrows.
Yeah? It's 1:55.
You've got to be kidding me, I said. There's no way. So you're just going to leave me here? Alone?
Who said you're gonna be alone?
I don't know why, but that sent a small shiver down my spine. I followed Argyle out of the break room, my heart palpitating at supersonic speeds. I'd been nervous before sets before, but nothing compared to this. I thought the club owners were playing some weird prank on me. Maybe there would be a secret audience full of people, but they just told them to be silent. Then, right when the poor young comedian enters the room, they'd collectively yell, "Boo!" and we'd soon all go viral on TikTok. But that wasn't the case at all, seeing as the room really was empty. The tables and the chairs were all neatly put back into place. The staff were all gone too. What was especially strange, however, was that the lights were dimmed down more than usual. Candles were all that graced the otherwise clear tabletops. Their soft luminescence barely illuminating anything.
Good luck, kid,
I heard Argyle say as he slapped me on the back.
Just treat it like any other show. Don't be boring, because if you aren't funny, well, never mind. It doesn't matter. You're gonna kill it in there.
Sure. Thanks. My mouth had gone very dry. Wait, but Argyle? But Argyle was gone. I looked around, baffled. Weird. I glanced at my watch. 1:59. I really wanted the $100, so I guess I didn't have a choice. With a deep breath, I took a step forward toward the stage. Usually I'd be met with a spattering of totally deserved applause, but I was met with nothing this time. I'd probably die on the spot though if I heard something even as benign as a cough. "Hello, hello, hello," I said once I reached the microphone. Big turnout this evening, huh? Low-hanging fruit, I know, but it's not like I'd be met with jeers or anything. I cleared my throat. You know, some would say an empty room is a comedian's worst nightmare. I wouldn't say that, however. An empty room should really be considered a comedian's wet dream, because I'd argue a full crowd is an even bigger nightmare. If we weren't afraid of people, we wouldn't be doing what we're doing, and the majority of us wouldn't be virgins either. I had to fill in the blanks to keep myself sane as the ludicrousy of the situation slowly started to catch up on me. The room was much colder than I remembered it being. It was almost like someone had deliberately cranked down the thermostat. My teeth started to chatter as I continued. Yeah, so... I hesitated. Speaking of sex, women, huh? Women. Love 'em. They don't really love me back, however, seeing as that's how my last relationship ended. I went on like this for a while, joke after joke after joke, burning through my material and being met with nothing but silence. I didn't know why I was taking this so seriously. Again, I knew I looked like an idiot, talking out loud to an empty room. But something Argyle had said still stuck near the back of my mind. Just treat it like any other show. Don't be boring, because if you aren't funny, well, never mind. It doesn't matter. I felt like it did matter, which is why I forced myself to keep going. My eyes scanning each tabletop, as if they were trying to find anything remotely humanesque. But, of course, they found nothing. No one. My heart was still beating like a jackhammer, and my teeth still chattered as I talked. Even though, objectively speaking, the room was really empty, I still felt like I was being watched. It wasn't a good feeling. No wonder Spike Scott suddenly became unavailable, I thought as I moved into my closer. I'd met him a couple of times. He was the one who originally suggested I perform at this club after seeing some of my material at an open mic event. Spike was one of the palest people I'd met in my life, with gaunt-like features that screamed malnourished. He was wearing this large, dark green, woolen coat, over what I could only guess were half a dozen other layers. His teeth were chattering too. I thought he was a Make-A-Wish kid when he first approached me, but it turned out the dude was a 40-year-old comedic veteran. All my friends in comedy told me he was a big deal, even though I'd never even heard of him. Yet, he wanted me here. Something told me Spike never intended for me to perform at 10 p.m. to a full house, but to an empty one at 2 a.m. instead. I finally concluded with a tasteful terrorist joke. I bowed, pretending the room had burst into applause yet again, and I left, my stomach roiling with an odd mixture of both fear and, weirdly, excitement. I packed up my backpack in the break room, panting heavily as I did, and slung it over my shoulder. I then exited the club, escaping into the biting night, presumably $100 richer. I was just about to turn the corner when I noticed something, however. Something that prompted me to share this story with all of you. Something horrifying. My phone dinged. My heart still beating wildly. I tore my eyes away from the large dumpsters just behind the club, from what I'd just seen, and looked down at my phone. It was a message from Argyle. "Hey man, nice work. Everyone loved you. Would you be free to perform tomorrow night as well?" I quickly threw my phone back into my pocket and walked away from the dumpster. My blood as icy as the Arctic, and my skin definitely a little paler now. More gaunt. I don't know if my eyes were playing tricks on me, but I swear I saw the dark green sleeve of a coat sticking out from the dumpster. Matted, dirty, and caked with just a sliver of dried blood. Have you seen it recently? I furrowed my eyebrows before speaking, fully intending to lie. "Seen what?" I replied, dumbly. My psychiatrist paused. "Mallory," she said, in that tone she always did before reminding me how important it was to tell the truth. "You won't get better if you don't work with me here. I can only tell you what to do if I know what's going on." Dr. Lucy was more difficult to evade than my previous psychiatrists. It was as if she could peer directly into my mind. Her questions a mere formality. I kept my silence, acknowledging the futility of answering. She nodded, pulling out her all-too-familiar script pad. "I'm going to up the clozapine. It really should be effective at this dose, but there's a great degree of individual variance in how people metabolize it," she decided, eager to offer an explanation of my non-response that did not suggest I was a lost cause. I'd been seeing shadows. Rather, a single reoccurring shadow, ever since my father became a city councillor. The silhouette was tall, dark, and unmoving. It scared me by virtue of its appearance, but otherwise did not bother me. I approached home. The front of the lot, a showy display of wealth and meticulous property management. Carefully trimmed hedges lined the stonework pathway to the freshly painted front door and its carefully polished glass. As was routine, I fed my cat and lit him outside of the back door. I briefly noticed the untrimmed hedges and weed-laden lawn. Like my dad always said, the back of the property was lined with thick trees and not visible to neighbors, so it required less maintenance. "Still crazy? Or not?" My dad, chipper as always, asked with a friendly, bright white smile and unfriendly look in his sharp blue eyes. His childish and ill-intentioned teasing contrasted heavily with his freshly pressed chinos, ironed shirt, and polished shoes. You know I don't like it when you say it like that. I responded curtly. He shrugged.
Just preparing you for the real world. If you don't learn to hide this mental stuff, you'll be eaten alive,
he said, looking out the window into the backyard.
Or just sent to a ward.
He added the last sentence as a reminder of his leverage over me. He'd threatened several times to have me admitted into a psychiatric facility if I didn't improve. I figure it's an empty threat, because, if nothing else, his public image would suffer if word got out that he had a lunatic daughter. Don't worry, I wouldn't threaten your campaign chances, I said, unable to resist the temptation of getting in the last word. He sneered at me much like a passerby would look at vomit on the sidewalk, and left the room. You're expropriating the church, I asked in disbelief. Is that even legal?
Sure it is,
he said, cracking open his too-manyth beer of the evening.
The building itself is great, but its patrons are an eyesore.
He took another swig with a smug, satisfied grin. He continued.
The world is better off without the fucking crackheads and alcoholics. The building will be put to much better use now.
The church and its parish had been unpopular among the upper-class NIMBYs because it served as a homeless shelter, needle exchange, and other undesirable facilities. These resources were essential for helping the homeless, but were unsightly, and my father couldn't have that. Not within his jurisdiction. And what will it be used for now? I asked, prying for the ulterior motive.
I was thinking it would make an excellent venue for this year's Graham Lake Community Fundraiser.
Disappointment welled in my gut. The event had once been an occasion focused on raising money for single mothers, and included lottery draws, auctions, and the opportunity to pay money to throw fruit or pies at politicians. It was an extremely popular event. Over the years, it slowly turned into a media fluffing for the political elite of the city, who did away with the messiness of the food throwing, and quietly began misappropriating the raised funds, and tripled the time dedicated to speeches and position statements. The substance of the event had been gutted to polish the optics. I'm sure the homeless and starving agree, I said, getting up. He winced at the word homeless like a cockroach had run across his foot. His expression shifted as he conjured up a retort.
Right. Well, say hi to your shadow buddy for me. I put a beer in the fridge for him,
he said with a laugh. Always his own biggest fan. My cheeks burning red, I closed my bedroom door behind me and saw it. It stood in the back left corner of my room. I froze at the closed exit, my hands pressed against the door. The room smelled like smoke. Wide-eyed, I tried to make out its features. The silhouette turned its head as it noticed me. I began to panic as it moved towards me, and I only partially calmed down when it opened my closet door and soundlessly slipped inside the door. I was left alone with its remnant odor and my pounding chest. I opened up my bag to try my new prescription of clozapine.
Cheers to that, my friend,
my dad said, donning a wide and friendly smile as he raised his glass. It was time for the Graham Lake Community Fundraiser. In unmistakable irony, the now vacated church that no longer served its community's homeless would be the new venue for the event. Its stained glass, acoustics, and wide space serving as primary attractions. Listless and disinterested, I looked around. It looked a bit like a wedding reception. There were rows of white tables with arranged seating. The room was divided between political representatives and local constituents. Metal gates like those you'd see at a concert explicitly depicting the gap between the city's politicians and their people. At the back of the room, 2 large doors led to the outside. I noticed the doors were ajar, allowing a small view of the sidewalk outside. There was a large turnout this year. Hundreds of people had come for the fundraiser, and thousands were more likely watching the broadcast. It was a great PR opportunity for my father, who'd prepared a small speech for me to deliver. I still hadn't even read it.
"We're up. Come on,"
my father said giddily, excited for his turn to speak. He liked having me up there with him. He liked to say that having a daughter made him appear more trustworthy and relatable to the public eye. I often wondered if that was the only reason he'd married my mum and had me.
"Ladies and gentlemen of Graham's Lake, it is my absolute honor."
He paused for effect before continuing, gripping the sides of the lectern that once held books of song and worship to something greater than oneself.
"To be this year's keynote speaker. Truly, a great joy for me and my family. Everyone, please, a round of applause for the dedicated organizers of this year's event," he said, starting the applause himself by clapping into the microphone. Knowing the drill, I clapped along while looking at him and faking a proud smile, remembering that when one of those same organizers told him he couldn't speak for longer than 10 minutes, he'd told them to go fuck themselves and hired an unpaid intern in their place. As he continued his speech, I noticed an unkempt, bearded man at the door. Behind him, across the street, the tall, dark figure stood. I quickly returned my attention to the bearded man, not wanting to acknowledge the familiar apparition. The man appeared to be asking for food. Security was blocking his way in, which upset the man, who proceeded to spit on one of the security officers. My gaze switched to my father as I saw him whisper words into a microphone under his suit jacket. The order given. The man was immediately tased, and his mouth covered as the guards dragged him away from the door and, crucially, out of sight. As the guards walked by, they blocked my sight of the dark figure, which disappeared as the men passed. I watched in silent dismay, keeping my smile. I glanced at my father, who'd taken another pause in his speech, using the power of silence to emphasize his points.
I saw that he'd witnessed the same exchange I had, and in stark contrast to my defeated eyes, his gleamed with excitement. He loved it. I tuned back into his speech.
I'd now like to invite my daughter, Mallory, to give a speech. She has recently taken an interest in public office.
I have not.
And I thought this was a perfect opportunity to show her face. Mal, take it away,
he said, stepping away from the lectern and guiding me towards it with a firm hand on my back. His touch was foreign to me, as was the new nickname he'd used to feign a deeper relationship with me for the audience. Still shaking from what I had just witnessed, I looked down at the speech for the first time and began reading. I am so proud of my father, I began, replacing the word daddy. Unbelievable. I went on. Just a few years ago, this church housed vagrants. I stopped, surprised, but quickly continued. And now, it houses our city's best and brightest for a celebration of dignity and charity. I read the words, paused for applause, and tears welled in my eyes, my father's cruel and disingenuous words coming from my mouth. I added, may the funds raised today bring food to the lips of many hungry families and essential medical care to the children who need it. Just another gesture from your city councillor, a true shepherd of your best interests. I trailed off as my gaze wandered back to the open doors. The aforementioned bearded man was back, now bloodied and unconscious, and being dragged into a police car. The silhouette was back in its place across the street, and watched as the man was loaded into the police car. I felt blood rush in my ears. I'd worked for years, against my will, to maintain my father's image. I appeased him to protect myself. And for what? The abuse never stopped. I felt like a caged animal whenever my father uncapped a beer. I had undergone years of therapy and still saw things that weren't there, including that goddamned shadow I could still see through the open doors. Now, I witnessed a cruel display of violence that was made possible and actively covered up by my own complicity and willingness to say my father's words. The anger squeezing my chest, I looked away from the script and towards the crowd, donning a snarl of disgust. Unless you're homeless, in which case, eat shit. Or don't eat. Who cares? I declared, my voice wavering but matter of fact. We certainly don't. Look at what we did to this church. It met an important need for a vulnerable I kept speaking, but the microphone was cut. My father looked at me, sternly, and with obvious surprise. I left the stage briskly, and saw the silhouette disappear behind the front door, which was still ajar. My father stepped to the microphone to add some damage control.
My sincere apologies for my daughter. As many of you know, she is not always sound of mind. May I direct your attention to the open bar to the left of the stage?
And followed after me. I didn't know where I was going, but it had better be quick. I was sobbing in fear and shame of my father and his dehumanizing closing statement. Without a plan, I ran down the steps to the basement, I guess. I turned on the lights, which flickered several times before illuminating the hazy space. The bottom level of the church was dilapidated. The drooping ceiling showed obvious signs of water damage, animal and insect infestation, and general neglect. The whole thing smelled like smoke. The floor was littered with garbage and boxes that had not been tidied since the parishioners had been evicted from the building. Seeing the packages of wasted sterile needles, first aid kits, and now spoiled food, I wondered if anyone else knew that the pristine display upstairs was propped up on a corrupted foundation. The familiar shadowy figure stood opposite the room to me. It seemed taller. Too tall to be human. I blinked, and it disappeared.
Mallory, what the fuck was that?
My father spit through gritted teeth, barely keeping the volume of his words down. He grabbed my arm and bore a cruel gaze into my eyes. I felt a chill down my spine as I was paralyzed with fear, his stare immobilizing me.
Do you have any idea what people will think? Fuck, Mallory. Does my position mean nothing to you? I pay for all your therapy. Food, shelter. What the fuck else do you want? It's unbelievable. I don't know how you...
He stopped his tirade, looking away for a few seconds. He looked back at me with a deep sense of clarity in his face. The speed with which he switched from uncontrollable rage to serene calm was chilling.
My daughter,
he said, his maniacal nature just barely poking through the surface of his contrived disposition.
That was an impassioned display. You're just like me, after all. It's almost a shame that nobody will ever see you again.
He smiled, clearly relishing his threat, as my vision tunneled in that way it does when you enter the early stages of shock. I felt my heart race as my father reached for the same microphone in his suit jacket as before, and I knew my fate as an inpatient was sealed. Prepared to give the order, my father choked on his words, uncharacteristically. His usual charisma was replaced with fear. I'd never seen that look in him before. Seeing that fear in him, I felt a sick sense of satisfaction, but that was quickly replaced with fear of my own, as I realized his gaze was fixated at the far end of the room, where I'd previously seen the tall figure. I looked over to see what had caught his attention. The pitch-black creature loomed with an ominous stillness. It was so tall it had to hunch at the waist, under the 8-foot ceiling. It was humanoid, with unnaturally thin arms and legs, the former hanging limply in front of it like a praying mantis. Despite these features, it clearly was not biological in nature. It was surrounded by a grey, ashy mist that smelled strongly of sulphur. There was no evidence that it was breathing, or even that it needed to. Its face had no features, sporting only a porcelain-like smoothness, similar to a mannequin. Despite not having eyes, it clearly had its gaze fixated on my father, who was equally fixed in place as he struggled to understand the infernal entity in front of him. The being turned its head and looked at me briefly. Somehow, I understood that I had permission to leave, and I felt the impetus to move briskly to the stairs. When I reached the stairs entrance, I looked back. I witnessed the pursuit at an angle perpendicular to the creature's path towards my father. I watched as it lowered its hands to the ground. As it started to crawl, it cocked its head mockingly, not once releasing its stare from the flawed man before it. It moved soundlessly, its ashy aura filling the basement like a crematorium. My father began a futile sprint towards the stairs, towards me. I looked down from the steps as his pleading eyes met my apathetic stare. In a smooth motion, and without breaking stride to its original destination, the emotionless being merely followed my father's movement with its gaze, reached out its arm, and clamped its long fingers around my father's ankle like a bear trap. There was a stomach-turning crunch as my father helplessly yelped in pain. It walked towards a door at the other side of the room, dragging the pale-faced man in tow as the latter made desperate attempts to escape the cryptid's grip. The journey from one end of the room to the other felt like an eternity. As it finally disappeared behind the door, I noticed that a necrosis had begun creeping up the Machiavellian city councillor's limbs from the point of contact with the demon's hand. Screaming, my father made one last desperate attempt to break free by clawing at the floor. Before he had even disappeared through the frame, his limbs had impossibly appeared to have undergone rigor mortis, but his eyes were still frantically looking for a salvation that would never come. Like so many beautiful things he'd ruined, my father disappeared. Hello, Sinister listeners. If you've enjoyed this story, then you'll find all the author's information in the description below. For more content, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe to succumb to the sinister.